Colleagues, good morning. I've noted one of the keynote speaker is here, but one is not yet here. So at CPUT, we start on CPUT time. But because of that, may I request your permission to give them at least 5 minutes, and we'll start exactly at 9:05. The program is scheduled such that the time is so tight, so we'd want to finish on time and also allow enough time for discussions. So, yeah, if you could maybe check whether Prof. Green is already in the building. Not yet, but Prof. Kyoke is here. So if it does happen that he's not here on time, we'll just going to swap the time because we will proceed regardless of the attendance at the stage. Yes, colleagues, we want to start on time. Let me allow that 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to the inaugural Food Security Colloquium. My name is Njabulo Mapumulo from the Division for Student Affairs, and I will be directing a program to a certain point, and my colleague Ms. Leanne Brits will also join with another session. I've been requested before we start that you scan the QR code and then it will take you to some of the questions that will walk you to navigate and answer them. It's based on the discussions that we are going to have throughout the day today. Once again, thank you very much for honoring the invitation and joining us for this first colloquium. You're probably wondering what is it all about, what are we intending to achieve, and so forth. In few minutes, I will request the Dean of Student Affairs just to set the tone. But the reality is, many of us, regardless of you are coming from an academic department or a student support services, all of us, we've got a common goal, and that common goal is to support or contribute to student success. That is the key. That's why all of us, we are at the higher education institution. It's really to foresee that our students succeed academically. I usually say once you miss that, then you are missing the role of an institution, in particular CPUT. All of us, whether you are offering counseling services or you are offering residencies or supports in terms of disability or administrative supports, all of us, we are supporting the academic projects. That's why we are here. Whether you are at the property services, you are doing maintenance, whether you are doing garden grounds, all of us, we are contributing to the academic projects of the institution. Now, the higher education is evolving very fast, and the truth is, we are not immune from the external environmental factors. The economists will tell you, with those factors, the things that we see outside of our organization, they do affect us, directly or indirectly. And the reality is also the psychosocial issues of the communities also represent what we see at our institutions, represent what happens in the society. The academic who stand in front of a student is really concerned about one thing, teaching, and for the students to learn. The researcher is only concerned about researching their subjects. But what we have seen in the previous years, in fact, it's even, becoming drastic, is you find an academic that is meant to just teach, provide that academic, role. Now, trying to navigate in understanding their students, because you find a student that is not progressing, first of all, and you are wondering what could be the issue. Then you realize that the student is probably not progressing because there are also issues including the food security. And we cannot ignore that the food security is part of the student success. So that's why we're here today. So the question, how do we teach a student that is hungry, that has not had a meal in a day or two, or that doesn't have sufficient nutrient meal, and that student is expected to perform well academically? How do we teach that student? That is the big question. And irregardless whether you are from an academic department or a student supports, these equally affect us. These affect all of us, and we've seen a student affairs academic staff reaching out to student affairs, can you do something about this? What can we do about this? Because I cannot ignore as a lecturer that a student in my class told me that, I slept without a meal. Now it's been 2 days. And we know very well that a student that is not eating, that does not even have anything, is not going to succeed. How do I focus in class? Hungry. And we know very well that also our students, some are scared even to reach out to say, I am hungry. And that's a reality. I'm starting with that as a preamble just to probably introduce why we are here today. But as I've said, the bottom line is all of us, we are contributing to the student success. All of us were here because of the academic projects, which is to see our students doing very well. Colleagues, I am not the speaker. I was just maybe laying a foundation for the dean who will set a tone and then really help us to understand our gathering today and what are we hoping to achieve, because we have seen that this issue is not a student affairs issue only. I'm going to invite Ms. Nonkosi Cholwana, the Dean of Student Affairs, to set a tone and just give welcoming remarks and opening address at the same time.
Thank you very much, Chair. My role is to set the tone, and I just want to start by welcoming everybody that is in the room, and also to acknowledge the presence of our deans, Professor Paul Green. We really appreciate your presence. Professor Gyoko, Joseph Gyoko, thank you, we really appreciate, and Dr. The head of the hospitality school, and also the head of food technology and others, and colleagues from faculties in particular. Welcome, Mr. Smith and others. You know, it's quite exciting for us to see the deans, to see the faculty, people from faculties, from department, because it shows how the importance of this matter, because it is an academic project, because it is one form of knowledge that assists us to ensure that because in order to inform, the intellectual needs something in order to function. So I really want to thank you profusely from the bottom of our hearts, and also thank Ms. Spritz and your team for ensuring that, and I know it's something that is close at heart, and your passion and your team, we really appreciate that, because you understand, and everybody understands really what we are all I'm one of the project of the product of hunger. Yes, I'm one of those. So I understand. I don't need to correct when a student says I'm hungry. And also the other key issue is that at Student Affairs, we are at the coalface. All the teary eyes and whatever, they come to us to say we are hungry. And that is why now we will be able to talk in this. But I just prepared few issues to set the agenda, to say the key issue about situation analysis is that this issue of hunger, it is need a multidisciplinary approach, and also the studies that have been conducted have few solutions on the issue of mitigation of this hunger. The other key issue is the fact that most of our CPUT students that study from HEMIS, more than 60% are from indigent families, and you understand that they also transition from basic school, basic education, you transit to higher education, where students from indigent families, quintile 1 to 3, are accommodated, are provided in terms of nutrition, in terms of transport, and in terms of sanitary pack, and they come to university where there's absolutely nothing. So these are the key issues, and I understand that also the background is that the Institutional Transformation Forum, chaired by Professor Green, did a pioneer work and conceptualize the issue of food security. It's a very beautiful concept, and that was an issue, I think that was 2019 or 2020, so we are really thankful to Prof. Green for ensuring that it is institutionalized together with the SRC of the time, and he took that document to MENCOM for approval, and it's an approved document for implementation. And we also want to thank Professor Kioko, because the VC also took it upon himself to ensure that because transformation conceptualized, and then Prof. Kioko's committee is on the implementation part. It is the VC's committee, chaired by Prof. Kioko, to ensure sustainability of the program, because transformation was looking at the immediate and short and immediate and short term, but the one that Prof. Green is leading is looking at the holistic and sustainable issues. But Chair, I just wanted to also paint the picture, because you understand the issue why we are saying our students are from indigent, because indigent is a constitutionally correct term from the word that you're saying, people from poor communities, because even if you're in rural areas, if you have your field and whatever, you are not poor, but you lack certain needs. So this was a replacement of referring to people as poor, because rural people are not poor, and people staying in farms are not poor, but the only thing that they lack specific needs, hence the term indigent, and constitutionally means lack of certain needs. And now when we talk about CPUT students as from indigent families, it is because our country is a welfare state, is governed by the social welfare policy as well as the indigent policy of South Africa, which is those issues of indigents are taken at municipal level, your free water and basics. But the issue of food and clothing is under social development, because the social welfare, they are the custodian of the social welfare. So if you look at it, and they also take the issue of sanitary, because the issue of sexual and reproductive rights are part of the hunger issues. So if you look at our students, you look at that students, because if you look at the left and right of this circle, that's where the lack is. Those are the necessities that they lack, and you get this kind of students, because now that he is there, he is at universities, they lack those issues, but their families are registered as indigent. There is a register in all municipalities. If you go back, you can tick Nonkosi Kyolwana, you can say Kyolwana is in municipality A registered as indigent, in other words, as receiving these kind of issues. And unfortunately, these are the issues that we need to talk about. But one of the key issues, I'm just going to look at the problem statement as key issues: lack of resources. We don't have resources, financial resources to do that. It's a make-do type of a project, even the meal voucher, which is something that we don't have budget. NSFAS has added to the serious problem. The issue of socio-economic circumstances I've just indicated. Also, we don't have an institutional solution to this problem. So this is the reason why we are here today. And again, we also don't have a coordinated approach in the distribution of the little we have, and also is the data of who education you are assisting. DSA, remember, we're assisting all faculties, but the data is not connected, is not integrated to know and ensuring that. And also the issues of lack of special focus on chronic issues, like, a person with diabetes needs to take the tablets eat before taking tablets. The issue of where available, because we do have some little bits and pieces, we normally get perishable. But from perishable, we don't have pantries or storage for those perishable or dry groceries to wear those issues for non-perishable, and also lack of distribution plan. And sometimes we get perishable or cooked food. Even then, there's lack of, because there's no accountability in terms of nutritious value of that cooked food that is brought to our students. There is also not, there are some of the foods, of course, we appreciate, I don't say we not, but they also, we don't, some of the perishable do not take into consideration the dietary needs of that particular student and of course the distribution plan. So I'm saying when you do your discussion, also provide solutions. Today is a solution day. And above all, there is no accountability. Accountability in terms of integrated referral system and in terms of coordination of internal and external stakeholders. You have a database of who is giving us this issue, a consolidated database, and also formal partnership with the social development, because they are, as South Africa is a welfare state, they are the custodian of the social welfare policy. And these are the issues that we need to talk about. Also a multidisciplinary, and I've mentioned Prof. Kyoko's committee. It is a strategic committee, but I thought maybe we need a network or a forum at operational level that will report to that committee in order to ensure that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. And again, Chair, there are some benefits. We have leadership support, the fact that it's approved. We also have colleagues that are here in the House are passionate and are willing to go an extra mile to assist our students. And so the interest and willingness, the fact that you are in this House, it shows that you have a certain attachment to that. Again, we also have professional experts in terms of psychosocial experts. For instance, we've got student affairs have social workers that are the experts in welfare, in the assessment of a student, because it is not only about giving food, it is also about looking at holistic welfare of a student in order not to address only the hunger, only to find that the student does not even have water. I'm just making an example. So we have that opportunity. We also have very professional experts, academic experts in food technology, in hospitality that are here today. We have academic hospitality experts. We also have academic food nutrition experts at the university, also food technology, even a consumer department. That is, we have all the expertise that is needed. What we need, because these are the benefits that will assist us to take the process forward, because we've got all the houses all the expertise in place. It's a matter of just coming together and find ways of addressing. Part of the key issues, there are some expectations that the chair indicated. I'm just adding, colleagues, to say also to gather inputs from, the key issue is to gather inputs from all of you about solutions, as I've indicated the challenges. And moreover, we start with the immediate and short term, because right now, if I can tell you the issue, I am sitting, as I am standing in front of you, I am sitting with 976 requests for food from students. I'm telling you, 976. And we have depleted the first vouchers. Now this 976, and thanks to the deans, because deans in various faculties, they normally support, because when the going is tough, I go to them and they give me maybe about 10,000 and whatever. So the deans are assisting. But remember, these are from the budgeted funds. You are doing something that's not supposed to happen. So as we looking into solutions, let's find a sustainable solution. We also need to discuss the interventions. Is this enough, or what else can we do in terms of, because there are interventions like food vouchers, but issues we need to discuss these food vouchers, the food storage, the issue of meal donations, and the perishable and non-perishable, also the nutrition, cooking classes for students. I'm just making an example. We also need to learn and share from each faculty, from units, from all of you in the house, and even students, because there are students, like I know MSA in a math SOC, they are assisting us to drive this food security and coming up, going out and assist us. Also, to come up with an inter and transdisciplinary approach for dealing with student hunger, and also to champion, through Ms. Brits, the last one, is to champion this multidisciplinary network or forum at operational level. How can it assist us so that we have a process of knowing, not always getting we get requests, everyday requests from students from all sorts of issues. So let's have an interim plan for now, Chair. With those few words, I say again, thank you, and we hope to benefit tremendously from your inputs and from your collective inputs, and together we can do more, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Cholwana. Colleagues, the foundation has been laid on the work that we are trying to do today. I've made a couple of notes, and I hope you also did. As we are continuing with the conversation, and I'm about to invite also very key speakers to touch base on some of the food insecurity issues among our students. I've got a couple of questions that I just want to pose so that we think about them as we continue throughout the day. The Dean mentioned that there are efforts that we are putting as the institution, but the big question is, are those efforts enough? Are they sustainable? The efforts that we have in place. In terms of, obviously, of the impact, we may not see it now, but the sustainability part is key, because she's mentioning that at this stage there's at least 900 plus students who are in need of just vouchers, and those vouchers are not something even above 300 rand, about 200, 300 rand, and we know what we can get with that amount nowadays. It cannot even last you a day, and that's a reality. When I joined the institution, Professor Green, in September last year, this was the Dean said to me, Dean of Student Affairs said, don't be shocked. This was the first thing. Don't be shocked when you meet a student and they say to you, Deputy Dean, I'm hungry. It's not a joke. And it didn't come as a joke to me, because I understood exactly what Ms. John was speaking about, having been in a similar space myself as a student a couple of years back. I understand what does it mean when a student say they are hungry and they cannot reach, or they do not know how to reach, or they're scared even to speak about that. And that's a reality. So the issue of food security or insecurity is a reality in our institutions. And that's why we are all here. You dropped everything because you also want to contribute to these collective efforts of how do we address it. Now, Professor Green, this is quite going to be interesting. One would assume elite universities that has big reserves, they've all got it covered. But I can tell you, standing here, having worked for some of those institutions, it's also the same as us, the issue of sustainability. They would put something, but it's not sustainable, because institutions do not budget for student hunger. There's a number of things, but that one we don't budget for. Now, the truth is, for a student to at least survive a week, we know that 3 meals, you need 3 meals a day. But for our students, at least 2 meals are key. And what our students get, either from NASFAS, the question, is it even sustainable Can they sustain themselves with that amount of 1,000 odd for a month? And if you are well aware of the developments also with the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, you'd know that it is a redistributive policy, but we are seeing a change. It's slowly moving to become a social policy. Because when a student got an allowance of 1,005, they have to share that 1,005 with, often with some family members. They have to take some back home. We are not saying this because it's something we heard about. It's something that we've got facts on the ground, the papers. We have it on track record. And that's a reality. And we are expected to still produce the best academic results with those students who are facing those socioeconomic challenges. How do we navigate around this as the academics, as the support staff? Colleagues, with those words, as I've said, I'm just posing these questions just to really bring you to the conversation, because collectively, as the Dean mentioned, we can actually do a lot as an institution, irrespective of the limited resources that we have. I'm going to invite one of also a key stakeholder, one of a key, official in the university, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, Professor Paul Green, who also happens to be the chairperson of our Institutional Transformation Forum, a very significant and a very key forum. Without really dwelling much, we know him very well. He does quite a lot of work on campus. And then for those who are not aware, prior to him joining CPUT, he was actually at DUT. And for those who do not know also, he is a member of the SAIPA. And on top of that, he chairs quite a number of committees at the universities.
He's talking too much. He's talking too much. Program Director, Mr. Njabulo Mapumulo, Siyabonga. Also to the HOD of Student Counseling, Ms. Liani Brits, the Dean of Students, Memnonkosi Tolwana. I also note Professor Joseph Kioko. I see some heads of departments here, Dr. Mhlanga. I also note Professor Tofi, the Assistant Dean from Applied Sciences, HOD of Management and Project Management, Mrs. Nobuhle Ngande, and to our students, as well as all academic staff. I see the faculty manager here from education, Mr. Clive Brown. Good morning. And to our students, as indicated, my name is Paul Green. I'm the Dean of the Faculty. Goeiemôre molweni. I stand in front of you this morning wearing various hats. And I want to start off by saying that yes, I may wear the hat of the Dean of the Faculty. I may wear the hat of the chair of the Institutional Transformation Forum. But I also want to state that I also wear a hat of a parent. I'm a father, and I also have kids in university. I also want to state that I stand before you also coming from a quintile 1 school. This particular topic that we have discussing here today, I'm extremely passionate about. So I want to state up front that if my passion and my zeal comes to the fore, it is because this is something that is extremely close to me. I want to thank the program directors. I want to thank those that were responsible for putting together this colloquium, because I deem this to be extremely, extremely important. So, with those few introductory words, allow me then to say that it is indeed my great pleasure and a sense of purpose that I stand before you to discuss and to have this important conversation of a crucial issue that not only, I'd like to premise this and to really put forward this point, Program Director, that not only affects our institution, but resonates deeply with the broader societal challenges that we face as South Africans, that of food security. But I also want to throw caution to the wind and say that this could also become a very, very negative dialogue. Please, I'm not for once advocating, or rather, I'm not implying that this is not an important discussion. It is. But program directors and to the organizers, I think the important things that we need to take out of this discussion today is how can we as an institution take home certain initiatives and bring about an implementation strategy. Because I can tell you, we can go around this particular topic just speaking about these social ills, and we can walk out of here feeling extremely depressed about the situation. But how can we implement a turnaround strategy? So I do want to say that as we gather here for this food colloquium under the theme, adopting a CPUT institutional approach to food security, I do believe that it is absolutely essential to acknowledge the gravity of the situation that we are confronting. So I just want to put that out there. Let's acknowledge it. Because food security, as rightfully defined by Ms. Tolwana earlier on, is defined as the lack of access to sufficient nutritious food to meet one's basic needs. The Deputy Dean indicated that, look, for a student, at least 2 basic meals. And yes, we acknowledge the fact that it is a pressing concern, not just within our university, but across our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of our discussion today lies the recognition that our university is more than just an academic institution. Why do I say that? I say that because CPUT is a microcosm of the broader community, reflecting the psychosocial and socio-economic challenges that many South Africans face daily. Our students that we have in our lecture venues, in our residences, are drawn from diverse backgrounds, and they bring with them the realities of food security that plague our society. And over the years, we have various initiatives, and well done to the implementers, to address this challenge within our university. Because we've seen the distribution of various food vouchers, we've seen the establishment of these food gardens, departmental food drives, generous donations from staff. We've seen these initiatives from various booths of staff. We've seen students, we've seen sponsorships. Well done to all these. And while these efforts, ladies and gentlemen, are commendable and have undoubtedly made a difference, they also underscore, Program Director, the need for a more formalized and institutionalized approach to support students facing food security. But we must also acknowledge the fact that we are in this dilemma, because on the one end, we've got this declining state subsidy. Yes, it is a reality. We've got this declining state subsidy, and on the other end, we've got the scourge of this food security or insecurity. So although the objectives of this colloquium, and well done Ms. Brits and the team, are clear, and they resonate deeply with our commitment to holistic student development and social responsibility. And they are to do what? to raise this awareness and sensitivity to all stakeholders within the higher education sector. And I'm stressing all stakeholders. We need to begin to look beyond the boundaries and the confines of just the university, to assess and analyze the current practices of CPUT concerning food security, to develop a sustainable, solution-focused approach to address food insecurity on our campus, to provide a platform for students to share their experiences and contribute to the formalization of sustainable solutions. And later on, in my presentation, I will speak about these various platforms to identify opportunities for collaboration and integration across departments and units to achieve a unified approach. I do believe that this type of engagement must not be seen as once-off. It's got to be continuous. Let us have an iterative process. Let us identify the areas in which we have fallen short. How can we bring about improvement in those particular areas? And to reaffirm our institutional commitment to addressing food security through both immediate interventions and long-term strategies. So ladies and gentlemen, including our students, as we embark on this journey together, let us remember that the issue of food insecurity is not merely a logistical challenge, but I certainly believe it is also one of a moral imperative. You know, we subscribe to the value of Ubuntu. We also commonly use the term umuntu gumuntu gabantu. And yet, are we actually putting it into practice? It speaks to the core of who we are as an institution, a smart university, and as a society. So addressing food insecurity among students at South African universities, and more specifically at CPUT, requires, I believe, a multifaceted approach that combines both short-term interventions as well as long-term sustainable solutions. I know we have the implementation leg under the guidance and auspices of Professor Joseph Kioko, but Prof, I just want to put down some nuggets, some strategies that we can begin to discuss. I'm not saying that these are indeed the panacea to the type of challenges that we have, but let us just think about this. We may have them in place, but how can we enhance the manner in which they operate? So here's the first one. Madam Dean, you spoke about this. So apologies if I may be repeating it. But the establishment of food banks and pantries. Setting up food banks or pantries on campus where students can access nutritional meals. Now I'm going to get into trouble for saying this, but I'm going to say it. At no cost. And so you're going to say to me, but Prof. Green, how is this sustainable? Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we've got food security is because the students can't afford it in the first place. Or the reason rather why we've got food insecurity is because they can't afford it. So if it's not at no cost, then at least at a reduced cost. So I'm an accountant by profession, and so the term that we use is at cost price. Can provide immediate relief for those students facing insecurity. These facilities can be stocked through donations from faculty, from staff, from students who can afford it, from local businesses, from community members. Our engagement with the Advancement Office becomes strategic in this particular area. Secondly, the expansion of food voucher programs. Scaling up existing food voucher programs to provide financial assistance for students who struggle to afford meals. This can help alleviate food insecurity. Vouchers can be distributed based on need and can be redeemed on campus, dining facilities, or participating grocery stores. The implementation of food gardens. Well done to the initiative that is currently taking place on the Wellington campus. But can we upscale that? Creating and maintaining food gardens on campus can not only provide fresh produce for students, but also serve as educational resources and community building initiatives. I know of the various initiatives that are taking place at the different residences. But students can be involved in the cultivation and maintenance of these gardens, fostering a sense of ownership and pride. I wish to commend the institution in having a long-term foresight in securing this additional land and in Wellington, as well as the implements, and to acknowledge the interventions and the efforts of our Vice Chancellor in advancing this agenda. We have procured a tractor to address this food security, or rather, to address food insecurity. The next aspect, and I'm sure we can partner with departments in applied sciences and departments in the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, particularly the Cape Town Hotel School, in the promotion of cooking and nutritional workshops. Offering cooking classes and nutrition workshops can empower students with the knowledge and skills to prepare healthy meals on a particular budget. These workshops can cover topics such as meal planning, grocery shopping tips, and cooking techniques tailored to student needs and resources. And to reiterate my point I mentioned earlier on, rope in the expertise of faculty experts. The next area, can we broaden our engagement with external partners? I know that is not often easy, but collaborating with local government agencies, with NGOs, with food banks, with businesses, can enhance the university's capacity to address food insecurity. Partnerships can involve securing funding, expanding food distribution networks, and advocating for policy changes to support students in need. The next aspect, Program Director, the next nugget, the next take-home, is enhanced financial aid programs, increasing access to financial aid and scholarships specifically designed for covering living expenses. Look, I know that's a challenge. I'm aware of that. We know that funding from external stakeholders, including NSFAS, is on a constant decline. But obviously, these can help mitigate the financial burden on students and reduce food insecurity rates. Deputy Dean, I'm not going to repeat the information that you shared with us about this income that has come in for students, but it's also being shared with the homestead. What about the next aspect? The creation of peer support networks. Establishing peer support groups or networks where students can experience where students who are experiencing food insecurity can begin to network with each other for solidarity, for resource sharing, even for emotional support. This can help create a sense of community and reduce the stigma that is associated with seeking assistance. The other area is that of research and data collection. So here is the educational ambit. And this is the sector that I believe that we can leverage off the fact that we are immersed within a knowledge generation, a knowledge creation environment. Is conducting regular surveys and assessments to gather data on the prevalence and the severity of food insecurity among students. Because I do believe that having evidence-based decision-making can really assist in resource allocation. And this data can be used to advocate for policy changes, as well as additional funding at both institutional and government levels. So by implementing a combination of these strategies, I am of the view that as an institution that takes this very seriously, we can work towards creating a campus environment where all students have access to nutritious food and can thrive academically and personally, regardless of their socio-economic background. I do believe, Program Director, that in time to come, our discourse here will include insecurity, food insecurity rather, among students, and dare I say it, staff as well. Program Director, furthermore, in this topical issue, the educational and psychological implications of food security issues at South African universities are significant and multifaceted, impacting students' academic performance. I want to speak now to the academics at this colloquium, because what you are speaking here addresses and speaks to the notion of mental well-being, as well as the overall experience of our students at a university. Just to mention some key implications. First and foremost, your academic performance. And I know we speak about pass rates, throughput rates, dropout rates, DHET benchmarks. But food insecurity can hinder students' ability to concentrate, to retain information, and perform academically. Hunger and malnutrition can lead to fatigue, low energy levels, and difficulty focusing in class and as well as completing assignments. And as a result, students may experience lower grades, decreased motivation, and dare I say it, increased risk of academic failure. The second aspect, mental health. Food insecurity is closely linked to psychological distress, anxiety, and depression amongst our students. The stress of not knowing where the next meal will come from, or how they will even afford a nutritious meal, can take its toll on our students' mental well-being, leading to feelings of shame, inadequacy, and hopelessness. Ladies and gentlemen, persistent food insecurity can exacerbate existing mental health issues and contribute to a negative cycle of stress and poor academic performance, not to mention the other social ills that we as South Africans have to deal with. I think it's a discussion for another day, another platform. What about social isolation? Students facing food insecurity may withdraw from social activities, from clubs, even from campus events, due to feelings of shame or embarrassment about their situation. They may also avoid dining areas and social gatherings where food is present, further isolating themselves from their peers and missing out on important opportunities for the social connection as well as support. You know, we also speak about the co-curricular, the additional learning that takes place outside of the lecture venues. Did you know that food insecurity can have a negative impact on that? What about this next aspect of the sense of belonging? Food insecurity can undermine students' sense of belonging and inclusion within the university community. Feeling unable to afford meals or participate in campus dining rooms can make a student feel like the outsiders, dare I say it, second-class citizens, impacting their sense of identity and connection to the institution. The next aspect is that of physical health. Chronic food insecurity can have long-term consequences for students' physical health, including nutritional deficiencies, weakened immune systems, and I'm sure we'll have this type of discussion later on today, and increased susceptibility to illness and disease. And without access to adequate nutrition, our students may experience this fatigue I spoke about. And then the last area is that of retention and graduation rates. So our food insecurity has been linked to higher rates of dropout and attrition amongst university students. And our students who struggle to meet their basic needs, including that of access to food, may be forced to prioritize work or other responsibilities over their education. It's a reality, leading to interrupted academic progress and delayed graduation. So, I need to chastise myself because I started off this keynote address by saying that we should not focus on the doom and gloom, but rather we should look at areas in which we can bring about various interventions. So, Program Director, I do believe it is imperative to speak on the implementation arm. The doing part. How do we go about this? I do believe that as an institution we have advanced, we have dealt with the conceptual frameworks, we've dealt with the approval phase. I do believe it is now where the rubber must hit the tar. I do believe it is now where there is a genuine need to implement a coordinated approach. Implementing an institutional coordinated approach to address food security at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology requires a collaborative, or rather a collaboration across departments, across faculties, as well as administrative units. I can mention this, that as chair of the Institutional Transformation Forum, we receive reports that these are the various initiatives that are taking place in the Faculty of Engineering and the built environment. And there's another initiative that's taking place in the Faculty of Education, and likewise in the Faculty of Business and Health Sciences and Applied Sciences. But I'm saying this type of colloquium now must begin to say, listen, can we not share our resources? Can we not have this coordinated approach whereby if we put our heads together, put our resources together, we might be able to leverage off each other. So here's some recommendations I would like to leave in terms of where the rubber hits the tar. Can we begin to put in place a food security task team to establish this multidisciplinary task force that's comprising of representatives from these various departments, from faculties, okay? Including students. For them to take ownership, finance, facilities, academic affairs, health services, and this task force must serve as the driving force behind the development and implementation of the institutional approach to food security. Prof. Gyoko, I'm certainly not advocating that this task force is now going to usurp the responsibility and the function of your committee. No, I do believe that this task force will assist in the implementation arm. I do believe that you can only solve a problem if you understand the extent of the problem. It may be difficult, but let's do it. To conduct this needs analysis, start by conducting a comprehensive needs assessment to understand the scope as well as the severity of the food insecurity amongst all CPUT students. Collect data through surveys, focus group, interviews, identify key challenges, barriers, and areas of concern related to food access and affordability. Leverage the expertise of faculties in this space. The third area, develop that strategic action plan. Based on the findings of this needs assessment, work collaboratively with this task force to develop a strategic plan outlining the specific goals, objectives, and action steps to addressing food insecurity at CPUT, and this platform to monitor and evaluate. Establish clear protocols and procedures. Develop clear protocols and procedures to identifying students in need of food security. With that, implement short-term interventions to provide immediate relief for students facing food insecurity, and this may include expanding our food voucher programs. The next aspect, and we can begin with this immediately, promoting financial literacy and budgeting skills. Let's do that. I might be biased from a financial accountant perspective, but let's offer workshops and seminars and online resources to educate our students about financial literacy, budgeting skills, and resource management. Do I buy data to go into TikTok, or do I buy a meal? Let us begin to empower our students with the knowledge and skills to make informed decisions about their finances and prioritize spending on essential needs, including food. I'm going to be finishing shortly. Let us foster community engagement and partnership. Let us forge partnerships with local businesses, with food banks, with non-profit organizations, and government agencies to do what? To enhance the university's capacity to address food insecurity by leveraging external resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot fight the scourge on our own. Expertise and funding opportunities to support our students. The next aspect, I've got two more, and I believe this is absolutely important, and very often we start programs, projects, but Mr. Brown, we fall short of evaluating and monitoring. We must do that. Let us regularly evaluate and monitor the effectiveness of the institutional approach to food security through ongoing data collection, feedback mechanisms, and performance matrix. Here's one that immediately came to mind. let us encourage to give back. When we help a student and the student is in a position to give back, let us build that culture. The final one is that of promoting awareness and advocacy. Let us raise awareness about the issue of food insecurity amongst our students, our faculty, our staff, and the broader community through this targeted outreach program. Well done for this initiative. But let it not end here today, the 10th of May. Congratulations to the Student Affairs Division. But let's mobilize stakeholders to support and advocate for policies and resources that address the root cause of insecurity. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, by taking a coordinated as well as a proactive approach to addressing food insecurity or food security, CPUT can create a supportive and inclusive campus environment where all students have access to nutritious food and can thrive academically and personally. So in closing, I urge each and every one of you to engage fully in the dialogue, in the discussions, in the deliberations that lie ahead. Let us harness our collective wisdom, creativity, let's think out of the box here, and compassion to ensure that no student within CPUT community goes hungry, no student is left behind because they are hungry. And together, we can make a tangible difference in the lives of our students and contribute to building a more humane, a just, and an equitable society. I do want to take this opportunity before I say thank you by saying that when I came this morning, I had to sign for my name badge. And Ruth sitting at the back there said, Prof. Green, there's your name badge. And when I looked at my name badge and ready to put it on, it said the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. And I said, if I put this on, people from the Faculty of Business and academic staff from Business and Management Sciences will not let this go. So Ruth quickly went to go and change this. So Ruth, thank you very much for making sure that I actually have now my correct name badge. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I look forward to the deliberations and the discussions later today.
Thank you very much, Professor Green. And thank you, Ruth, for rectifying that, because I was going to find out who did that, an account. Apologies, Prof, for that. I hope the logistic team noted that. Thank you so much. I'm not going to repeat what Prof said, but just one thing, because Prof has given the Colloquium some work to do. There's just a highlight, something he said at the end. There shouldn't be any student that must be left behind because of being hungry, because of the food issue. We need to journey with the students on their academic, success. We need to journey with them. Colleagues, because of time, let me invite our next keynote speaker, another prominent member, an eminent member of our university, Professor Kiyoko, the Dean of Applied Sciences. Prof, over to you. Yes, Prof, no problem. Is it the same as this one?
Yes.
Yes, no problem.
Yes. Oh, it's got Thank you, Program Director, and good morning, everybody. Just to say, I will stand on the protocols that have been established so that I don't step on any toes And if I do, I apologize in advance. Morning, everyone. Just a few comments. Prof. Green, thank you very much. Insightful remarks, and certainly something that we can think about and will help us as an institution. One thing that I can easily take from that as a start is many of us standing here, we are not here because this is our job or because we must do this. We have an inherent passion for this. And many of us have got our own personal stories that resonate with this cause. You know, without talking a lot about my own personal stories, I can talk about today. I've got a son at a university that said, no, he wants to be away from Cape Town. He's a big man now. He's independent. He's 17 or 18. So he's at a different university in Res. But he'll come and say, Dad, I've got nothing to eat today. But what about Res? No, you know, what they had today, it's just stuff that I don't, yeah. But I feel like he's got the privilege of saying what was in Res, he couldn't eat. He doesn't like it. He's still hungry. Can he go and buy this from the cafeteria? Then he needs. So he can do that. But there's a lot of students who don't have that opportunity, that privilege. And I feel for it. And I see a lot of those students in front of me every day. We have 35,000 or so students at CPUT. A lot of those students go through that. And a lot of students I've come across in my career of a few years in higher education, there's a lot of that, and it's a real issue. And many of us here are really passionate, and I really appreciate that. As I start, I want to ask you one question. I know there's going to be tea time soon, so apologies for that. We can stretch our energy a little bit. But I want to ask you something. If it makes you hungry, I apologize. As we start, just one question. If you could think of only one food that you could eat for the rest of your life, nothing else, just that one food every day, morning, day, night, what would it be and why? I'll give you 30 seconds to think about that when I get something. And I'm going to ask for a volunteer to share why. I'm going to point out somebody. One food that you could eat for the rest of your life, nothing else, just that one food, and why? I think it's an easy question for some people. Who wants to share their choice? If you could eat one food only for the rest of your life, and why? Yes, please?
Is a potato or potatoes, and they're the most. Sorry, yeah. So potato is the healthiest, best food that you can eat. Not grains or anything. Grains were not there 2,000 years ago,
Okay.
and they didn't do that. So yeah.
Yeah, but what about you? So that is the advice.
No, I love potatoes.
So you would eat potatoes every day.
Every day, three times a day.
And if you want a mixed grill, you can have fried potatoes, baked potatoes, mashed potatoes, and chips together. Then you've got a mixed grill. Okay. Potatoes. Anyone else? Just anyone that wants to volunteer, what you'd eat if you that one food for the rest of your life from tomorrow or from today? Because today is the first day of the rest of your life. A student, maybe, if I can be biased. Okay, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, I think I was a postgraduate student now recently.
All right,
I think
yes.
my favorite food, and I'm linking it possibly to an emotion. I had a mom as well, and my favorite food that she made was brown chicken stew and rice. And I think it is the most applicable food, especially for today with this weather. So brown chicken stew and rice, and there would be potato in it as well.
As well, every day, okay. Thank you. So just a very quick survey. I'll tell you why I'm saying this. We talk about students succeeding, and Prof. Green was just talking about it. Their success is about, we see this, the top, they're succeeding, but there's a lot of things underneath that, like an iceberg. And part of that iceberg, the many things that are there, food security, food insecurity is part of that huge iceberg. And you can't push that tip if you can't push this. You need to address this for that to move. But when you talk about food security, what people, we easily say it, but we think about what does it really mean. It's often described in many ways. The one that I like is the one that says, if you're food secure, it means that you get access, physical and economic access to sufficient food that is safe, that is nutritious, that meets your dietary requirements and your preferences. So what you like is an important part of food security. It's not just that it's there, you must eat it because it's good. It's important that you like what you're eating. It's part of that. And that's what food security is. And when we think about food security for students, we must think about it in that wide spectrum. Can they access it sufficiently? Is it safe? Is it nutritious? Is it in terms of dietetics? Is it good for them? Do they like it? Do they meet their preferences, whoever they are? Whether they like potatoes or chicken soup. Those are two very different things. Do they like it? So that's important. And that's been part of the thinking about food security. And I think Prof. Green has mentioned committee that we've had, which certainly dovetails with this initiative, because all of us need to put together our efforts towards helping students meet this. So we've had initiative running for a number of years, trying to see what can we do. And that certainly fits into this discussion here. And hopefully we put all our efforts, ideas, wisdom together for the sake of our students. Something that we all as a society, country, contribute to is the SDGs, and as a global community, we've got goals to think about. And just to highlight that if we are to achieve these goals, food security is so important. One of the goals is about zero hunger. If you have no food security, you can't fight poverty if you're hungry. And you can't be healthy without food. You can't study without food. It affects gender equality and other issues. So it's almost every of these goals has an impact on food security or is impacted by food security and insecurity. So I've got this chart here just to indicate, and I like the illustration that all the 17 goals, all of them have got something to do with food security. And if it's that big at a global level, for our students, it's just as important. And this has been mentioned, I think, by some of the speakers, that it affects not just us, not just CPUT. We're not the only ones. It's across higher education. And I'll just give clips of what others have done. There's a study I was involved in years back at UKZN. We had students that were hungry. Studies at VETS, hungry students. And this is studies that are done UKZN, Free State, and so on. So this is prevalent. This is common in higher education. We're not the only ones. It doesn't make it easier for us. It perhaps just shows how big the problem is. A few things have been mentioned by Prof. Green, which many universities are trying. Whether it is food gardens, some other institutions have got the same, self-help initiatives, food banks, a relief fund So these are things that many other universities have tried. And we certainly have tried some of them as well as CPUT. And I'm going to reflect on a couple of them. There's a project I think Deputy Dean mentioned, Prof. Green. Just before COVID, there was a huge drive to try and get a program going to try and raise funds and have a system going to address food security. And this was approved in principle. We tried to get the funding for it. Look how much it would have cost us. 43 million rands per year. Really expensive. So this did not, I'm putting yet, succeed because of the funding, but we might still find sufficient funding for it or some way of funding to get it. But this was one initiative that you can see it involved a lot of stakeholders from across the institution as well as students. Quite costly. 43 million, 43.5 million per year for us to meet what that proposal aimed to get. We didn't get anybody in corporate world who could fund us to that tune. Maybe you might still get to that point. What can we do? And I just put my faculty here as an example because others can do that. And I'll share some of the things that we're doing in terms of food production, food safety and value addition, and research and data-informed decision making. What are we doing and can it improve? We've talked about the food gardens. I took this picture, I think it was last year or the year before at MGR, which was planted by students in RES, supported by students from Horticultural Sciences Department. Juicy, nice vegetables. Just one problem, and the students who are here might comment. Not many of them took them up to prepare meals. So we grew the vegetables, and in fact, the staff are here. A lot of it was given to staff members because the students, cooking was a... So we need to think maybe there is another way to include this in a food security system for students, because cooking isn't always something they like, especially veggies. This year we're doing what are we calling a campus vegetable leadership project that's starting in July, second semester, and is trying to get food by students for students. And we will have students from horticulture, advanced and PG deep students, the greenhouse. Those that haven't seen, there's greenhouses around here and there's nurseries involving a community center around us. Technicians who are here will be supporting us, and that's convened by Prof. Felix, and July to December. But the idea then is to empower students and communities to find food security solutions while promoting healthy, affordable eating options. So that is something that we're going to be doing in the second semester. But this, we did this some time back, but it's going on in a different form, which I'll come back to. Prof. Green mentioned Wellington campus. Some of you that haven't been there yet, we have, it's not a big farm, but the university did purchase a piece of land where we can do some growing of things, as well as the farm implements, small tractor, the plow, things that go with it. And the aim for buying this was to use it for training students, agriculture students, and whatever is produced by those students can go into feeding themselves and other students. It may not be a lot, but if it can make a difference in the life of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20 students, that matters, because that one student makes a big difference. So this is something that's already done. The land is there, the tractor is there. This is not the driver. We'll be employing a different driver. We can't afford him, so we must employ one that we can afford. But yeah, the VC tried to test if it works. just to indicate agriculture, and this is something that matters a lot to me. We had about 300 students taking agriculture about 4 years ago, and we've grown from about 300 students to over 700 that are taking agriculture at CPUT. It's become a huge program, and we're hoping that they go back and help their communities do better in terms of food security. And this piece of land then will help us train those students. That's how it looks like currently. I think this was yesterday or the day before. It's plowed, it's ready for planting. As soon as the rains hit, the first planting will happen. Plowing has been done. There's already some veggies that are just testing the area there. So this is already bought. It's with CPUT. This is an area that's just adjacent to it, and we are trying to get it as well because it's got water and some infrastructure in it. So if we get those two, then I think it's going to help us a lot in teaching, as well as whatever is produced from that teaching can then go back to feed the students. It's, as I said, it's not big. I was looking at other universities, and UKZN, those that might be familiar, they've got a research farm, Ukulinga Research Farm, Ukulinga, and it's 500 hectares in size. It's huge. We don't have that size yet, but we must make use of what we have to make better. Then I can talk about the One Res, One Garden initiative. It's been talked about. Many of you have heard about it. This, I think, is a really great idea. And there's a lot of partners. The Convocation, DSA, our faculties, IDFM, and the rest students. And this is trying to get students growing food in their residences. And I think initially, the idea is to have Cattsville and MGR. And the people involved, I think, I just want to give them a shout out. Those that are involved from here, Zipumlani is there. Who else is involved in the One Res, One Garden initiative? We just want to applaud you if you're here. Just put up your hands. Thank you. This is making a real difference because it's getting the students to actually do things. And is it working? This is at MGR. I'm informed that they are also ready for planting as soon as the seeds, the rains hit the ground. Students involved in preparing the ground for that. So it's real students, real people that are here. Cattsville, that's the rest with over 800 students. When the project started, I think that was the area where it is. Those that are familiar, that's just towards the road. Yesterday, when I was there, that's how it looks like. It's prepared. The land is prepared. There is water pipes. You can see them. The watering is connected, just addressing the pressure issues, but it's ready for planting. Compost is already there, waiting. That's how it looked initially, but that has been completely fixed up. And as soon as we get rains, the idea is to start, I think, late May, early June, planting can go in. Land is prepared, water supply is connected, seedlings have been sourced, compost, you've seen there. There's a few things needed, spades, rakes, fork spades, and we'll be providing this. We got the quantities this morning, and we'll be buying these implements to help students to take part in that gardening. And so we're hoping that the projects, late May, early June, gets going, and then Horticultural Sciences Department will continue to support that. So I want to just give a shout out to the HOD for Horticultural Sciences, Dr. October, for providing the gardening advice and just being there. And we'll provide, if it's seeds, seedlings, whatever we can to support the project from our own side. And little funding that we can do, we'll provide that. Apart from that, just growing, I think the food banks issue, this happens across the institution. So just an indication of what we'll be doing with us at Applied Sciences. So we've been collecting some dry food and linking with DSA and student counseling to help identify, distribute this to students. So we do this every month, and it's hopefully something that everybody that is able to contribute can contribute. We're just one example of those that are contributing towards this. In terms of, can we get this from other places and partners? I'm sharing this because we did have discussions with one company, it looked promising in terms of what could be supplied. So they had ideas of, let me just go back to them. This is the products they had, and they say they've got products. These are sachets that have got all these attributes: high in energy, high in protein, vitamins, aid digestion. Really good for students. And they say they can provide a shake that's cheap, that students can make, and if you can afford to buy, we can provide to students. And some of the ideas they gave then was, this was I think last year, they could provide 50 kilogram, this is the 20 kilogram one, which they said for 500 meals at about 1,000, that's about 2 rand per meal, according to that, if students are happy to have that shake as a meal. Something 6 rand per meal. So these are some of the things that I think corporate could provide, and maybe something worth looking to pursue. So in terms of supply, then I think there's a lot that can be done. And then what we can do as Applied Sciences, just to share, there's a few things that we can do in terms of value addition, and I'm hoping that we can do this even more. Rachel, who is from consumer science, is here, but there's a lot of things they do in making our students to create value-added, nutritious food options that, in fact, I think some of them find their way to retailers, I think, such as Woolies and others, even if just ideas. So our students do this. But these are not just biscuits. This is highly thought through, scientifically formulated. They can be used to add value to students. So this is done within our consumer science food nutrition department. We also have commercialized some of this, I think, as a university. So there's a company that provides food feeding schemes for schools, and their technology for that has been developed by our consumer science colleagues, and as well as providing food. I think this was during the COVID period. So there's a lot that can be done for our own students that we have. Currently, I thought I would highlight this. The students are then providing meals at, it's not at no cost, Prof. Green, but it's at low cost, because part of their training is to make, again, nutritious meals. And we are then making extra meals so that those extra meals, after they do for training, extra meals can go to students at a low cost. So we provided some funding to the department as a startup funding, and it's working. You know, it's not an idea. They're already providing meals. That's some of them. And that's just some idea of the meals that you can buy. I've tried it myself. People buy it every week. Curry and rice at 20 rand. You buy this at what, 80 rand, 70 rand out there? So one can buy that at 20 rand. Yeah, lots of them, different kinds of meals that one can get. And our idea is that if we get some produce from the rest gardens from Wellington, some of it, instead of being, if the students are not really able to prepare, can be used here. So we don't have to buy these things from Checkers and others. The ingredients can come from us, which means you can sell to students very cheap, and provide that, because we're not buying. So the idea is not to make profit from these, but is to make it easy to provide affordable, nutritious, and things that students like, that they can access. Another big part, I think, is the research and data-informed decision making. This is really important. We need to know what we are doing informed by data. I'll just highlight one project that we are involved in, and there's 4 things that we want to do with this. One is to see what is the acceptability of the different options of foods for students, so that we can have data. What is the level of vulnerability? How many students are hungry? Is it first year students, second year, final year students? What is the level? How do we plan so that we can plan better? What options are available in terms of affordability and the nutrition value, because it has to be nutritive? And lastly, what is the capacity of CPUT to produce food? How much are we really producing? Whether it's food gardens at Wellington, the different ideas. How much is it? How can we improve it? Is it making a difference? We don't have 500 hectares to produce food, but how much can we produce? So this is an ongoing project, and I think just to acknowledge support from Prof. Ngube, who is not here, and Ms. Chikovi, who giving good advice, because she's a dietitian, to provide that. So in summary then, Program Director, the thinking would be, I think, if we have a strategy as an institution, we need to include a couple of things. One is food production, whether it's at crops, at res, Wellington, wherever it is that we're producing, and some post-harvest handling to make sure that it's safe. And then we need to either supply that to students directly, they can take, prepare, eat. We can supply this to a caterer who can prepare cheap, affordable meals for students. And that caterer can be some of our catering companies, or can be some of our own structures. Our consumer science department, the hotel school, if they're making meals, maybe we can supply that. That makes it cheaper. They can be processed and repackaged for longer shelf life and value addition. So if you can produce food at CPUT, there's a lot that we can do with that food to make it meet the needs of our students. And at both levels, because you're an institution, we can include research, learning and teaching, community engagement, from the production to what happens after harvest, including monitoring and evaluation, as Prof. Green was mentioning. So if you have a strategy that we can use, I think a suggestion is these must be included. So this can be a framework that we can use to see that it works, but we do need to see how many, we do need to have the research to inform us. We cannot wait for this, so we must carry on, but when this is done, or similar research, should inform how we do that. And that's part of what we do. The research is important for us as an institution. If we do that, I think we'll then be able to say that we can provide our students with, hopefully, sufficient, safe food that's nutritious, that meets their dietary needs and their preferences. And we can then say, I think, we are contributing to their food security as an institution. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Prof. I don't want to repeat, but Prof said something again before we break for lunch when he started. Yes, it's, tea. Hey, yeah. We go to break for tea, colleagues, but it's just something which is quite very important. Prof, when he started, he said, many of us, if not all of us, don't have to be here, because the food security or insecurity is not in any of anyone's job description here. neither even a scope. But because of the shared vision, passion of our students, and also because of wanting to contribute to the student success, that's why we are putting our thoughts together and sort of paving a way forward. How do we address the issue of food security? Colleagues, I'll stop here. We're just behind with a couple of minutes, but we'll try and pick up. We'll see after tea. Can we break for tea for about 10 minutes, colleagues, if I may, if we can, and then we then resume with the next panel session with our student experiences. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Colleagues, can I ask that we get seated, please? Okay, I hope you enjoyed the refreshments and that you are ready to take on the second session of our colloquium today. So the session that we have coming up is going to consist of the student discussion panel as well as the staff discussion panel. And the next segment is really to reflect on current initiatives within the university spaces. So it's also then to reflect on the student experience. So we've put together a panel of student representative council and different student structures that basically will be able to reflect on their experience of working in food insecurity and some of the projects and initiatives that they've pioneered, but also, I guess, to reflect on some of the challenges that they experience in trying to implement this. And seeing that they work directly with students on the ground, it's really valuable information that we need to hear and that we need to consider today as we try and put all the information together. We are trying to catch up a little bit in the program, so I'm just going to be mindful of the time and pace our audience, of course, accordingly. We will have a Q&A session afterwards. The Q&A session will be slightly shorter than we planned in the program, so please do jot down your points in terms of what you would like to ask our panel. And I am definitely going to request that you keep it to a point, a question, so that we can give multiple people the opportunity, of course, to ask their questions. But firstly, I'm going to ask our panel to introduce themselves. So after they've just introduced their name and their structure that they represent, I'm going to ask Maruf from MSA to start, just because he has some commitments that he needs to attend to a bit later, just to make sure that we give him opportunity to get his view across. Okay, panel, let's start with the far, my left-hand side. If you can just introduce yourself and the structure and just hand over the mic.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tolani, surname Boy, known as Mampincha. I'm representing the EFF Student Command. Thank you.
Good morning, Mulweni, Goeiemorgen, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Maruf Palika. I'm the vice chair of the MSA CPUT Bellville, and we have some initiatives running.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Buchule Mkogeli. I am the Education and Transformation Officer of the Central Student Representative Council.
Good morning, all. My name is Yang Atsama, and I'm here representing the Pan-Africanist Student Movement of Azania.
Good morning. My name is Sakom Zisomtaka. I'm representing the Green Campus Initiative.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Okay, so the question that we pose to our panel today is basically students' experience with food insecurity on campus, as well as ongoing efforts and challenges in addressing the problem. Maruf, over to you. Thank you.
Before I'd like to address the question, I'd like to thank everyone for allowing us to be here and convey our experiences as students. And Prof. Green mentioned about budgeting. It's a big thing, and it's not just for students to be able to budget. It's also for the staff members alike. I remember my mother talking about when we had our financial struggles, and one day she had just 100 rand, and she had to think: do I pay for water? Do I pay for electricity? Do I pay for fuel? Do I pay for airtime? Or do I go and buy bread for my children? And it's a common issue amongst all South Africans, all Africans. A lot of people around the world suffer with this this issue of food security. And so one of our initiatives is we run a Thursday sandwich drive. We don't want to just keep it on a Thursday. We're trying to expand, but obviously with external help. The sandwich drive, it covers about 250 students weekly. We've started running it from last year, brother over here, he requested that can't we initiate something, because there were students that were on campus that didn't have any food, and firstly I thought, no wait, this can't be real, and it's a real thing. I noticed students would come to me on a Wednesday asking, can I keep the bread aside for them because they have class during the time we hand out, and obviously we would, but our reach is only 250 students for the week, and we want to make it a lot bigger. Yeah.
Thank you very much for acknowledging your program, because I can vouch for him that they started last year through our means that for anything to be successful, you need student first and student involvement. From their lessons that we have learned from previous layers or previous SRCs of Kwena and of Unonene, their experience that we have learned as students, looking at those leaders, and when we also led and left. What I can say from my side is that we believe in that there must be a platform created for structures to also assist in this initiative. And when the platform is created, we believe that even students ourselves, we are able to raise money, food, to assist our peers. But now, since the structures, they are not very clear about how to fundraise, donation, it creates a little bit of crisis. But students are managing to work around that, because they will be asking private donors to assist them with food, all those things. Ours is to come here and plead, as you have said, that there is actually a food crisis at the university. And we must also accept that there is some form of help that the university is assisting with the food vouchers. But the food vouchers are once off per student for the whole year. That means you only get 350 for that for the whole year. You must, but you are a poor student, and sometimes you don't have bursary. It actually leads to some students failing. That can be also be avoided. We believe it can be avoided. We have seen many presentations here. I was watching from online on my room before I was invited to come here. Ours is to plead with the powers that be that perhaps we need to decrease some workload from others and give to others who can actually implement these things. Because we know we have learned, we have heard that we have learned for the last 4 years. We know we have all these things. We have heard these proposals for a very long time, and these are good policies that are being talked about. But now, who's doing them now? That's where we always end up frustrated as students. So we feel like we need someone who we can touch and say, if we're going to Melanie, we know that we're gonna argue with her over food, because it's her job or something like that. She's mandated for that. Yeah. But as students, we have always tried by going to the gift of the givers. There is these organizations, private organizations, try and invite them to come on campus, because there's this HOD of health, Dr. Sobua, who would like to work with gift of the givers a lot, because they know him through his work with the gift of the givers. So when we ask for help from the gift of the givers during January, February, during registration time, so that they can come and assist us and give those students who are coming from hopeless situations, looking for university space, at least they can have a meal while they are still sorting out their accommodation and registration. That's what we always try and do as student structures from our side. But having said that, I'd like to plead again. Mam Nongosi, I'm glad that you are here, and now you are permanent 5-year contract. We like to plead with you as students that at least during your tenure, let's see a legacy, create a legacy where there's a proper structure of this food crisis, because many people are dropping out from university. They get to university because the financial, sometimes someone gets everything academically, they are given school, everything. But just food to go to class and participate. Even if it's a point system that if you are passing these modules, you can gain any extra vouchers. Maybe a system where we don't have to feel like we are being a burden on the university, where you have to earn your meal or something program. Like we have heard about this garden initiative that they are coming up with, all that stuff. But now, if we don't involve agricultural management students, because remember we have a farm there, we have horticulture, we have that hospitality management and cookery, those students who can cook and everything. But now if those students are not going to get marks for assisting other students, it's going to be hard for them to come with their skills to the table. So in the program, there needs to be some form of rewarding to those students who are skilled in this industry so that they can assist. Because one thing I have learned about students, we all feel our courses are important. You go to entrepreneurship, they will tell you my courses are important. I also have a hard module there. So there needs to be some form of reward where we also remove this thing of students feel like they are a burden or they are being dependent too much on the system. They can't do anything for themselves. At least if they can have some form of skills or some form of reward system, then we'll be crushing at least two birds with one stone. Well, we don't want to find a way to produce a graduate who thinks begging and asking for help is the way to go all the times. They need to understand also as students that as much as you are being helped, what can you do? What can you bring to a table to make this system sustainable? Because now the programs that we have at CPUT now, they are not sustainable. Because students, they are a burden. They are not being said, okay, as much as we are giving you this 350 voucher, what have you done? I'm just making it as an example. What have you done with this 350? Maybe you can start a business. We can encourage entrepreneurship to sell sweets. There can be some place where they can sell so that not everyone is asking for food. So we need to come up with alternative ways of allowing student entrepreneurship to combat this thing. There are students who can cut hair, who are doing hairstyles in their rooms there. Let's formalize those things so that at least we know that these students, there's a place where they can do their hairs, they do their nails there. We know that students will not be asking us for food because we have given them some space to do some form of business or something. That's how we must start thinking and looking at this thing. Not as always as a giver. Because even the giver will get tired one day. Even the donor will get tired. They'll ask, those ones who have assisted in eating and all these things, they are graduated. What have they done to plow back into the system? Because the system must be kept afresh and moving. So there need to be some educational based so that this ecosystem can live above us. I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mambinja. I'm from GCI. From those who don't know GCI, it's a movement that focuses on sustainability. The acronym GCI stands for Green Campus Initiative. We focus on sustainable energy, renewable energy, food security. So this program started from housing. I was in Housecom and we were enrolled in the program. There we focused on students who were struggling when it comes to food and also clothing, because this is a different space. We are coming from different backgrounds. So from our residencies, we did identify students who are suffering when it comes to food. But then another major thing that we identified is that students are scared to come in front to say, I do not have food, because of the social pressure and social media, peer pressure and everything. So I feel like if we could get a buy-in from the management, from the institution, because we had initiatives like recycling, we partnered with Console, but then we couldn't keep up because Console said we had to crush the glasses first for them to weigh them. They can't just weigh the bottle. We have to crush it. And as a result, we were doing that as students. We couldn't keep up. And another initiative that we wanted to do, our campus is situated in an industrial area. We have Console, Coke, we have so many big companies that could buy in, because usually our students, they do their in-service trainings with these companies. If we could have that buy-in from the institution. And another initiative that we started as GCI was collecting all these old fridges that are not working. We planted in those fridges. We created that one res, one garden. But then even so, it was not sustainable because it was only run by us and Melanie. We couldn't get the buy-in from the institution because the sad reality is students do have these ideas, but then now there's a gap between the students and the management because we feel like policymakers, they do not know what's happening in the ground. So if we could have a task team that will focus solely on students and the initiatives that we have, GCI could be a very big, could have a very big impact in this food security thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Can I use the podium, guys?
Should he go first? Oh, you want to use the podium?
Yeah,
I
he
thought
says
you
I'll
had a
speak last.
PowerPoint. No,
I don't have a
go ahead.
PowerPoint, but can I? Is it fine if I just, please,
Is it fine?
please, guys? We're used to addressing conferences, some of us.
Here we go. I am going to ask you to keep to time. That's the only thing.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Good, good. Yeah, once again, is it morning or afternoon? It's still morning. Good morning to everyone. CPUT community watching from home and residences. I'm not going to mention everyone, but faculty deans, more especially my dean, Prof. Green, and my dean of students, Madam Dean Mamnongosi, faculty leadership, departmental heads, deputy dean, former SRC presidents, leadership of convocation, former SRC chairperson of D6, Tumiso, all protocol observed, the current SRC as well, and leaders of structures. My name is Yang Atsama. I'm going to try and match about Prof. Green politically because I'm not in academia. I'm trying to be one. I'm aspiring to be one. And I am a former branch chairperson of PASMA Belleville branch, a former provincial chairperson of PASMA in the Western Cape. I'm the current chairperson of the Africanist People's Legal Forum, which operates in the institution, representing students at the judiciary. Yeah, my role today is to address lived experiences and challenges of students with food insecurity, obviously proposing way forwards and presenting whatever initiatives we as an organization have put together. Now, the issue of food insecurity or security, depending on your understanding or preference of the word, we need to take a diagnostic approach when we address it, because the word food insecurity or food security can be taken out of context or misconstrued to a certain degree if you put it in the manner it's put in, because I, for one, believe that it's sugar-coated if we say it's just food insecurity. The reason I say this, Madam Dean, if you were to go in front of a class of students of CPUT today and you present a presentation on food insecurity, or you try to address the concept food insecurity, more than 50% of those students will not understand the context of what you are saying, because the wording insecurity and security can be misconstrued, as I'm saying. That's why I say we sort of sugarcoat it, and the context misrepresents the struggles of us as the children of the downtrodden, landless and dispossessed majority of South Africa. I say this with reason, and Prof. Green captures it very well when he says that CPUT is a microcosm of a greater society. And I amend this to say a reflection of a so-called post-apartheid South Africa. That is what we are. I will address the post-apartheid, or rather the so-called post-apartheid South Africa at a different platform. I don't want to go to a political lecture. It is no secret that CPUT is comprised of students from diverse backgrounds, diverse cultures, diverse socio-economic backgrounds. And the majority of those, as you heard the stats that were coming from the dean in terms of requests of food vouchers, can tell you that as an institution, really you are suffering. There is, when you look at the logo of the institution, I think it's here, somewhere here. It says creating futures. But in our creation of futures, I for one believe that we do not look deeper into the type of student or the quality of student we are producing. We are more concerned about the type of research paper, the type of marks we produce at the end of the year. But we don't look at the actual individual that is producing that research paper. Because if you are to look at the number of people that register from a first year in any qualification in this institution, if you register 60 of them as first years, go and look at them after after 5 to 6 years, whenever, depending on the length of the course. When you have that group of students doing their masters, doing their PhDs, do you have 50% of those students that were registered in first year? And your answer is no. Because we have not taken the time to do our research. We have not taken the time to actually care about the individual. We are more concerned, and this is to you academias, academic departments, we are more concerned about the quality of marks we are producing, because I must go to Prof. Green and say, Prof. Green, I am performing in my department. You understand? And this is often overlooked in January, when the student is starved the whole year requesting vouchers from the Dean of Students and the DD and Student Affairs. The whole year. Come January, Uyanga has failed. He must appear before the Academic Appeals Committee. And we sometimes do not consider the effects it has on the academic performance, the question of going to class without having eaten food, without having anything to eat, in fact, before you even slept, before that morning you went to class. We don't consider those things. And most of these students, they are affected academically. Academics translate to what? Financial exclusion. We go to financial exclusion, we sit a FinCom at the end of the year, and we design what is called financial appeals or financial clearance rules, which is the term of the university, and we request 50% upfront from the very same person who is saying to us on a monthly basis via an email, dear DSA, dear student counseling, I am a student, I am financially embarrassed. I'm requesting you to assist me with something to eat. But you want 50% upfront from me to register come next year and a debit order of the rest of the 50%. And you find that the student debt of that person may be 100,000. We want 50K from someone that cannot even have the 300 bucks that they are getting from the office of the dean. These are things that we do not look into. Uskura talks about policymakers. Those are the very same policymakers that design these policies, and they look at matters oftenly at face value. There's no one that takes the time to actually check beyond. When we expect a 50% upfront payment from a student who says that they are hungry, are they going to afford it? Are we considerate of them? But let me not go there. I arrived at CPUT many years ago. I don't want to mention the years, but I was here pre-fees must fall. That's all I can say. When I arrived, I was registered at the Faculty of Engineering as a civil engineering student. That was before I got expelled in 2020, and I found a home under Prof. Green, and I'm grateful that next year I'm graduating. Thank you, Prof. When I arrived here, I was a walk-in. I didn't go through that normal application process. Backgrounds differ. Situations at home are not the same, so the quality of results are not going to be the same. I'm not ashamed of that. I was a walk-in the institution. I remember my SRC chairperson of that campus, of Bellville campus, was Africa Tobela. They called him Africa Baba. He was the chairperson of Bellville campus at that particular time when I was a student here, the first year. And we were one of the first groups to sleep at the student center because we didn't have accommodation and we were not accepted academically in the university. We used to wake up every morning, we go and beg just to get enrollment. You get a rejection today, you come back tomorrow, until they get tired and say, just give this guy his acceptance letter. That is how we entered the university. But we slept at the student center. And it is through that experience, sleeping there with nothing to eat, you've been given money from home to buy groceries, thinking you'll get a residence, but you are subjected to going to cafeterias, buying Gatsby's, because that is the only form of food that you can access. I joined student politics because of the understanding of the pain that a black student goes through when they enter university. Anywhere, there's no special university. CPUT is not a special case where people are going through these struggles. It happens even at the so-called great universities like your Wits and whatever. So, through that experience, I understood this thing of going to class without eating. I remember I was doing surveying. There was a lecturer, I'll call it a technician because she was teaching us the practical of surveying. Her surname, I think, was Miss Lecoq or Lecoq at the time. She used to do these sandwiches every morning before we go to class. Before we go to practicals, we used to have these peanut butter and jam sandwiches. And the initiative, according to what she told me, could not grow further because the institution was not pro this idea of a so-called feeding scheme that will happen at the department, because the concern was more towards the image and not actually the effects, or rather the positive effect her efforts, or rather the efforts of this initiative were bringing. So I don't want to delve deep into a lot of problems, but there's one problem I need to bring to our attention of why we are standing here addressing issues of food insecurity. There's a national financial aid scheme. I'm not going to address under whose government it is administered. But that is the post-apartheid South Africa, or rather the so-called post-apartheid South Africa I was referring to, where we've got an NSFAS that is meant to alleviate our students from these very same issues of hunger. But however, it actually presses them deeper down the ocean, because you'll get a student that will be funded here. On paper, they are funded, but they're not getting their allowances. Or what then happens is that, because there's what is called a funded report, NSFAS, where this month you are part of the funded report, next month you're not part of the funded report. You get your allowances in February, in March you don't have an allowance. And when these students do not attend classes, once again, academians do not understand that there is a valid reason behind it. And there's always this thing of, we need proof. How do I prove to you that I've not gotten money? Must I show you my bank account? But it's a question for another day. But the effects of NSFAS are what drive us deeper into the struggle of institutions now having to gather and plan around ideas and initiatives of food insecurity. I think Prof. Kyoko was standing here talking about a budget, or rather a sum up of what was supposed to be the budget of food security program of 43 million. And you'll find that that 43 million, inclusive of the students that write to the Dean of Students, the 973 students that request vouchers, more than half of them are NSFAS beneficiaries, but they are only beneficiaries on the app. Their money is sitting on apps of Tenetech and all these other service providers that were appointed unceremoniously and unprocedural by NSFAS. So it's part of the effects that we face. As I close, Program Director, I just want to address initiatives and way forwards that we come with as an organization. Firstly, I must address the proposal that has been mentioned here of food security that was stuck because there was a problem of 43 million that needed to be sourced. This proposal is submitted by the SRC of 2019-2020 under the leadership of Nonele Kanyile as the Secretary General of the SRC. I know the proposal because I've seen it. I was part of the people that assisted in drafting the proposal. And she worked in assistance when Ms. Yolwana was still at Transformation Department. She assisted with us with organizing a meeting with Ilitha Labantu, which is an NGO, a foundation that assisted us a lot with feeding students during COVID-19. That we appreciate, and we are actually imploring you to bring them back on board. We are suffering. So the proposal was submitted. The SRC pledged 400,000 from its budget, that particular SRC. And the request was that CPUT, we are coming with the proposal, we only have 400,000. Can you take it and run with it? It served at MENCOM, served at council committees, it was adopted, and it was actually given to the DVC Ops to go and mobilize funding. We don't know where it is, but we are coming back again. Now that we're in government, we are back again, not with the same proposal, but rather with an amended version of that proposal after we have gone through deep research and seen how initiatives are run at VETS of a food bank. We're coming with a food bank now. It's part of the manifesto, it's part of the mandate and program of action of the current SRC deployed by PASMA. To say that the SRC of PASMA must pledge a portion of its budget, once again, towards a food bank. A creation of a cost center is what we're asking for. Creation of a cost center that will run a food bank. It will be an institutionalized program. It's not a program of PASMA. It is initiated by PASMA to say CPUT, take it, it must be a legacy of the university. The SRC of PASMA will pledge. If PASMA branches have budgets, I can stand here confidently and say that they will pledge as well. PASMA is going to reach out to its mother body, they will pledge as well. We're asking the same from other organizations, and furthermore, we're asking student affairs. This year, can we cut these budgets of election vibrancies and actually pledge some of that money towards this thing? I think structures can gather with the DSA and find how to market elections without financial, serious financial implications. We're asking the VC as well to join us in that initiative. And lastly, we also want to ask members of council of the university, I know they are watching some of them, when it comes to these sittings that you have, comrades, can we try to utilize university venues as much as possible so that we rechannel and redirect some of those funds towards the food bank so that our students are able to be fed, not through a sandwich every day, which we appreciate. It's something that we also need to acknowledge. But we are of the view that a student must get grocery, they must sit in their room and cook for themselves for the rest of the month and come back to you after 2 months. Thank you, Izoletu.
Okay, thank you so much for the detailed discussion. Last but not least.
Yes, thank you so much, program speaker. Yes, good morning, everyone, once again. As I've said, the name is Colloquium from the Central Student Representative Council. Yes, thank you to my letter speakers. I am very grateful for the initiatives that you have come up with to assist our students in terms of the food insecurities within our campuses. My former speaker, the one that just went away here, I thought he was going to define the word food insecurity. Now, when we go into the general definition of what is food insecurity, it says that it is a lack of regular access to enough, safe, and nutritious food for normal growth, development, active and healthy life. So in our campuses, what we don't really do, like into identifying our students that are facing food insecurity, is the signs that are there, because we do have signs, but then we might not be aware that these are the signs of food insecurities. Now, some of the signs of food insecurities that have been identified within our campuses, it's whereby a student has to compromise between buying food and also buying their basic essential needs, such as their textbooks that they're going to need for their academics. They have to compromise, instead of buying food, they have to go and buy clothes or their devices that they will need in order to progress academically. There's also a sign of skipping meals, whereby a student has to compromise and eat only in the morning, and also when they're going to sleep, because of they don't have enough food, so they have to save for the month. We also have signs of whereby a student does have food for the first 2 weeks of the month, but then when you get to the third week or by the end of the month, the student has already ran out of the food. They don't have any food on their, in their cupboard. So they also do fall under the category of food insecurity. So we all know the causes, because I'm sure Prof. Green was here. He has identified the causes and also the effects that are there within our students when it comes to food insecurities. And there's also been studies that show that the food insecurities, it is more higher among the students than it is in our general population. Because within our general population, the percentage of food insecurity is 26%, while amongst our students, the food insecurity is about at 30%. So it's much higher than the general population. So Yes, and the latter speaker has also spoke about the point of NSFAS being exacerbating the issue of food insecurities within our campuses. There's been a budget cut lately of about 13,000 billion, which has affected a lot of students. There's also a long delays in the distribution of the allowances of the students. So those things are also exacerbate the issue of food insecurities within our campuses. So now, as the SRC, we do have some initiatives that we try to tackle the issue of food insecurities, especially during the midterm and final examinations. What we do is we do have study packs that we distribute among the campuses to the students, so that at least when they are writing their exams, they do have something to eat and they are nutritious during the exam periods. We are also in support of the food bank initiative, as it is a sustainable initiative that is going to assist a lot of students. There is also an initiative that we would like to benchmark from the University of Johannesburg, which is called the Stop Hunger Now initiative. The initiative feeds about 7,000 students on a weekly basis, and the reason why it is sustainable is because of they are in collaboration with their internal and external stakeholders, and the private sector is playing a crucial role there in ensuring that those students are fed on a weekly basis. So we are also advocating for students to be allowed to practice their entrepreneurial skills within our campuses, even if there is a partnership with the cafeterias. We also have a business school from the hospitality, so we can be in partnership with those to ensure that our students, they do tackle food insecurities within our campuses. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Sure. I think that was a wonderful contribution. I think just learning from the personal experiences, just opening up and being so candid, I think we appreciate that. But we also appreciate the initiatives and the solutions that was already put forward, which I think will tie nicely into our last session. And I don't know about you, but I can already see the linkages between what was put on the table, what the students are putting on the table. So to me, there's a clear picture that's actually emerging here on real possible solutions that we can pursue. It's just now the how that we need to flesh out. But let us go over to questions. I think we can allow about, let's see how it goes, but a good 5 minutes for a couple of questions. If I can take 4 hands, and then we'll see where we are after that. I have 1, 2. Can I have 2 more hands? And then we'll wrap it there for now. 3, 4. Okay, let's start here. Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, would like to congratulate each one of our speakers, I'm speaking here, for giving detail. When we talk about lived experiences in research, we talk about phenomenology, and it's subjective experiences that you have undergone and also those students that you work with. I was able to structure a question for each one of you, if I may. So the first speaker spoke about the Thursday food drive, and the first question I have is, where do you currently find the funds for that food drive? Speaker number 2, explicitly understanding how structures work when asking for money. You're speaking about people having to ask for money. What is the current process within CPUT when securing funds? The Green Campus Initiative speaker says, getting the buy-in from world organizations to support the food security initiative. As an idea, what could students potentially return to the world organizations post the buy-in? Speaker number 4, he says, stop this whole business of sugar-coating terms, which is quite problematic. What, in your view, is an alternative term fitting to students from the CPUT context? And then our final speaker explained the signs of students having a lack of food. As a lecturer whose mandate it is to focus on the implementation of the curriculum, what visual, physical signs should I be aware of when my student is experiencing a food insecurity? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for that question. The question was on how do we get our funding. We don't get our funding from the university for this drive. However, I took 2 years of gap year from after matric to come into university, and it was COVID during that time. I joined with a physiotherapist during COVID, and there were people that needed oxygen. There were people that needed oxygen concentrators, these things that plug into the wall and it generates oxygen. And we only had 20,000 rand. And we bought one machine that costed 25,000 rand. Okay. From that, I spoke to someone from one of the Indian communities, from the Maiman community, and he said, "You know what, Maruf, what do you want to do?" Then he said, so I told him, "This is what I want to do," and he said, "Okay, do it and see where you get, what is the reach, where do you need to be?" And so we had one patient that needed the oxygen concentrator, and we took it from there. And then after that, we ended up we have about 65 of these oxygen machines, all costing 20,000 rand, do the math. But we only started with 20,000 rand. And so his advice went far. He said, do the action now, show people what you're doing, and you'll eventually get the funds. And for all our projects, we've done that. Recently, we had an iftar where Muslim students would break their fast. Our budget, we had 0 in our account. We ended up having 30,000 rand to cover 25,000 rand budget. Why? We told people this is what everything costed. We already ordered it. This is what needs to be paid. And people came in contributions. People want to help. And corporates, they love to help, but they also want their tax certificates. And a solution from the university side, maybe have these contractual agreements that you get your tax certificates if you donate X amount. We know that you don't get taxed on 100,000 rand or anything from 100,000 rand under. So look for individuals that want to evade that, use the system. People that want to use the system to evade tax. There are a lot of people that want to, and we can get that 45.5 million rand. I'm also part of another organization that does weekly feeding in very underprivileged communities. We spend 20,000 rand a day, times 365 days, and our reach is 2,000 people per day. So maybe the budget isn't 45 million rand. Maybe it's a little bit less, but we have people donating, and we don't use cheap food. The chicken that we use is from Algen chicken, Woolworths grade chicken. The vegetables is Woolworths grade chicken, Woolworths grade vegetables. So all of these things are high grade. People don't want to eat cheap. People want to eat the food you and I want to eat. And this is something, the polony that I use for the sandwich diet. You can ask, I eat it myself. It's high grade polony, not polony with a lot of MDM in. MDM isn't good. It's also unhealthy, and it's not nice. So yeah, let's have a discussion maybe afterwards. I'll discuss the business plans that I run with my organization, how we get money from who we get money from. And it all started with one oxygen concentrator with 20,000 rand, and we're running things that are way more than 20,000 rand. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend, for half answering for me also. Just to add in what you are saying, we must remember that we are in an institution here. How do students fundraise or ask for money? Let me take it from that angle, adding to what you have said. In the internal systems of CPUT, we have structures which have call centers, and SRC gets a budget from management after bursaries have paid, NAFSAs, all that stuff. There's this budget that SRC gets. From that budget, SRC must give structures money. And there are regulations that certain structures must get a certain amount of money, A, B, C, and D, and F. That's where our problems start as students. Now, the lack of regulations there creates many problems. Because as we speak till today, structures have not gotten their money to do food drives like him is saying this year under the current SRC leadership. So, having said that, I don't want to politicize this thing. Let's keep it as it is, neutral. Having said that, remember there was supposed to be a, what is it called this thing, a fundraising student policy, which was supposed to have started this year, led by Mr. Maseko from Advancement and Mr. Ndev from DSA. They were busy sitting that fundraising policy, which will give guideline for students. How must they go to companies and ask money for this tax clearance so that it can be legal? But as we speak right now, it is illegal for a student even to go to a spa and say they want to come and assist here for food. It's illegal because you must go through DSA. DSA, they have their own processes there. It will take for, Jesus, I don't know how long. But that person is willing to give you money, but you must go through what? DSA, that channel, to that person. We understand they're trying to protect the image of the university. Maybe it's a fraudulent fund or everything they must save. But that process is taking so long, which is leading us to where we are right now as a university. Yes, there are people who want to give us money out there. I can vouch when I was SRC, we tried to do a fundraising thing, but due to policies that we currently have, they are like red tape for students to raise money. What you can do as a student now, if you want to assist students, is to say to someone, buy that food yourself there, do everything. Just come with it as food and we donate. I call students who come and want to eat everything, like what he's doing. That way you can be legally protected in the university. But once you say someone outside there, give me hardcore cash, you are asking for problems there. Because they are not benefiting them, like tax clearance, so they don't want to. Even if they are giving you food, they are now, I'm running a business here. I'm not benefiting advertisement-wise, because people want to benefit. Companies want to benefit. No one wants to give you something for free and not get anything in returns. So we are stuck now. We must urge our Dean of Students that fundraising policy, can it be finished and be sent to students so that we know we have a guideline how to ask for money. We must ask the SA again. This thing of structures, there's a budget, money sitting with SRC, and structures not getting their money from the SRC as we speak through today. What are they doing about those things? Now you find that you have so much money. Students are running to DSA saying, DSA, give us this, we are hungry, food vouchers. But SRC is sitting with money, they have money, they're sitting there in their bank account, they are not using it. Who's the fool now in this thing? So those things need to be sorted out by who? The employed staff members here at CPUT, dealing with this SRC of PASMA, which is not working. Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, for the sake of time, I'm just going to ask that you keep your responses concise because I see we're running to 12 o'clock and we need to actually do another staff panel after this. Just make sure
okay, sir. Can you please repeat your question, sir? I didn't get it.
Okay. My question is simply, if we are asking for the work integrated learning people, where students go and do their in-service training, if we're asking them for funds and they're giving it to us, as students post getting the funds, what are we giving back to the world organizations?
Oh, thank you, sir. I was not necessarily saying the students should fund, but then I was looking at an angle of Council is employing CPUT graduates, so we can use that to have an partnership or something, because Council, they also do recycling, since it's a project that we started already. That was my point. I don't know, maybe you misheard me or okay. Do you have a follow-up question? Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think the question directed at me was, what is my view, you'll correct me, what is my view as an alternative term for the food security or insecurity? I don't think there is a specific or specialized way to coin it. But I think part of the reason why we have a problem is because we have spent so much time trying to coin the struggle than to actually address. We've coined it from food security to food insecurity, but I'm of the view that we should. You don't need a specific term to coin the struggle, but you need a term to coin the initiative that addresses the problem. Then as soon as we do that, we then begin to address it. We've got companies, before we go outside, before we look at SRC budgets, we've got companies we've given monies, millions to for years. There's a bus as we stand, the Shuttle Point HG services. From 2004 to 2024, 20 years of service, we've never asked for a cent. I believe they can contribute. We've got George Committee's own city, Cape Town FC, and he owns more than 10 accommodations that we're giving business to as a university. There's Ndumiso at South Point. We've given millions to South Point. I believe it's a clean my hand, I clean your hand, or a brush, or whatever it's called, scrub my back, I scrub your back. But I believe that if we've got businesses that operate within our facilities, we should be able to talk to them and say, comrades, you have disagreed to fee decrement of residencies. Let's talk about food drives that can assist students. Thanks a lot.
Okay, yes, thank you. My question was, what are the signs of students facing food insecurity? Some of the signs, Prof. Green had already elaborated on them, but one of the signs would be when a student lacks concentration within the classroom. You will see that there's no even participation from a student when it comes to discussions and activities that are taking place. The student will mostly isolate themselves because of them being ashamed of sharing it with their peers that they are facing food insecurities. There's also yes, there will be, obviously there's going to be a decrease in their academic performances because they cannot concentrate in class and therefore they cannot even do their assignments. So those are some of the signs that are there, and they impact the students in a very tragic manner. So I think if we can address the issue of food insecurities within our campuses, we can also enhance, our academic performances within our students can also increase. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, we had a question on this side, then we have a mic.
Hi everyone. So the question I had was for all of you guys. It's actually two questions. The first one. Okay.
For the sake of time.
The first one. Oh, the only question is that, like, how do you guys make sure that in the initiatives that you have, you are able to accommodate students with different religions for their diet? Like some others are like halal or kosher. Like, how do you maintain it, and how do you make sure that those students do not like eat or consume things that are not supposed to because of their religion?
So, firstly, I'd like to also note that one of my lecturers is here, Dr. Abilana, from the Food Science and Technology faculty. And one of our subjects, we learn about these regulations, about what is halal, what isn't halal, and all of the other grades of feed things. The other thing is that my family is predominantly in the meat industry. So if something is halal, then it is generally for people that don't eat non-halal food. Kosher, there's a little bit of a line, but generally halal, if there is halal food, it means someone that is or a Christian or Hindu or whoever else, you can eat it. It's not against Christianity or any other religion. So yeah, the halal thing, the food is halal. It's sourced via halal income. And so the halal thing is a very dynamic issue. People just think that you slaughter the meat, that's halal. But it comes with cross-contamination. It comes with the funding used to purchase the halal. It's a very dynamic issue. But yeah.
I'll be fast. For us, the student command, remember when we ask for gift of the givers, anyone to come and assist us with food drives during the beginning of the year, they will always mention that this food, they have peanuts, those people who are donating, they are also experts in those fields. So they give us their food description so that when students arrive, we tell them, this food is made out of A, B, C, and D. If you have an allergies, tell us. We even do sometimes a Google form so that there's a section for allergies, also you can tell us. So when we ask for food, we ask something that is general, that can feed everyone. We don't want to say, okay, we're not gonna, there's one person who have a peanuts issue, the others don't have peanuts allergies. So we try and look for just food for everyone who don't contain peanuts, so that everyone can eat. That's how we look at things, so that when they cook also, it doesn't become cost too much. Having said that, I just want to add one thing. In CPUT, we have also policies and documentation. I want to add what Fighter Ayanga was saying there about the service providers being allowed to assist us in the food bank. The police don't allow us to do that here, CPUT, to ask the service providers to do business with any student structure. It's illegal. So it only says, the policy is actually saying that those people, they are doing business with the university only, they must only talk to the university. So we must urge our dean who is here to go and also maybe revisit there. How can maybe they do business with the dean or DSA at least to fix this thing of student hunger or these private accommodations, all that stuff. Maybe they can intervene, not us as student structures. It's illegal. Thank you very much.
Okay, for the sake of time, can we move on to the next question? I think we had a question there. Are you covered? Prof? There's a mic.
I think in the sake of time, I'm not going to ask a question. So I'd rather just make the comment. And it'll be short and sweet. In order for this to work, students must also see this as a shared responsibility. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate your input and your time. Thank you so much. Your excuse. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to ask our staff panel to please come forward. And then we're going to jump straight into our next session. And I'm sure we'll make it concise and short and sweet and catch up on time. Oops, sorry. I just recovered. We did another one? Here we go. Where's our microphone now? Oopsie. Okay, so our next session is our staff panel. So basically the question that we put to our staff, and these are staff members from various units, departments, faculties. So we have academics as well as support staff that will be talking to us today and just sharing. So basically we are reflecting on current initiatives or past initiatives or upcoming initiatives that are being considered around food insecurity and basically measures that can be implemented to alleviate hunger amongst university students. So basically just some current practices reflecting on that would be greatly appreciated. So I wonder if we can just sort of start in a line. I guess it would be easiest. And please just introduce yourself as well as the faculty or unit that you are from, and we would appreciate that. Thank you. Can we start that side? Thank you.
My name is Sandra Swanepoel. I'm a maths lecturer in education at Wellington campus. The reason why I got involved is that I have a very soft heart. I'm very strict, but I have a very soft heart for people that is suffering, and we realized that there's a problem on our campus. Fortunately for me, I had a life before I became an academic. I don't call myself an academic, but I had a different life. And in 1993, I had the opportunity to work with a guy named Victor Nossi, and he taught me everything about how you handle people. The basic thing was, it is nothing is given, everything is earned. You take away the dignity of people when you just keep on giving. That is what he taught me. And so what happened was, we had a lot of projects in those days, and it was always, if you want to get involved in your community, and I am in my community is the students, and if I want to get involved with them and I want to help them, I don't give them stuff. I have a skill that I can help them, and they have a skill that they can help me to achieve what we want to achieve. So we are going to start a project. We wanted to start the project, but unfortunately, like our one friend actually showed you or talked about today, there was a few hoops that we had to jump through because we thought that we could just do it. But we're going to start a soup project where we are going to cook soup during the winter time now, and then we are going to sell it for a small price, and then from there we will hopefully the students will then be able to earn a little bit of money, and the rest of the students will have an opportunity to get a nutritious meal at least once a day for a little bit of money. That is the project. And we also have lots of other things like a vegetable garden that we're going to do on the campus. Other people also said, we have got enough land here, come do it here, do it there, whatever. So hopefully we will be successful. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Vilna because we are working together, and there's a follow-up project on this as well.
Sorry for skipping the line. I'm Vilna du Plessis, and I'm a life sciences lecturer on the Wellington campus. And my students, my third-year students, got involved in a community, an environmental project where they have to do an action. And one of their projects, or one group, got involved in and it was in Bellville because they have the opportunity to do it in their towns and make a difference in the environment. If there's an environmental problem, to make a difference in their town. And these students, this group, is from Bellville, and they got involved with the Waste Ed project and also the Better Bellville project. And then in Wellington, we started the advisory board involving our community of where can the university and then the community take hands. And Prof. Dippenaar invited my students to come and tell us all about their project, and the vice chancellor was there, and he just came back from overseas and this whole global warming thing, and he was so excited about it. And then when we had our next meeting, I had to report back on where we are, and Prof. Hayes-Swimmer was there, and what happened is there's now a total university project involving all of the universities. So how does this link to where we are now? And the whole vision of it is that in the first place, the university can make money out of recycling. And at the moment, most of our waste still ends up on the landfills. And we want to, on the university grounds and all the universities, we want to sort of like use the waste before it ends up on the landfill. So that creates jobs for our students, that makes money for the university, and it also contributes to, and it will be, contributing maybe the organic waste to, to do the research with agriculture, and whoever wants to get involved in the research is to then use it as compost for the for the food that we are going to grow. So it's something that's very much, we're only having our next meeting next Friday, and lots of projects should be coming out of it. And I just got a message that my students are going to also speak to the Dean's Forum on the 13th of June. They couldn't fit us in this time, but the next one, I just got the invite. They are going to tell all the deans so that they can get their faculties involved. So that's our start of a very huge project. So much so that the VC said everybody doing or working at CPUT will sign a contract that they will be involved in waste education. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Prof. Rashida Tofi, and I'm the Acting Assistant Dean of Applied Sciences. As Applied Sciences, you know, we are very much involved in the strategic plan of the institution, Vision 2030. And part of Vision 2030 is the holistic student experience. And as a faculty, you know, we realize that many of our departments can actually speak to food security. And so we've identified food security as a flagship project for service learning, community engagement, and work integrated learning as well. So in other words, one of the previous student speakers spoke about marks and so on. Yes, it is linked to subjects in the various departments. It is linked to training of our students. So many of our departments are involved in the food security project. So it would be consumer science, food science and technology, agriculture, horticulture, and we also want to invite chemistry to be part of that as well. You know, they would do the things like soil testing and so on. So I think as a faculty, we've sort of tried to involve as many departments as we can. And do believe that education and agriculture are going to hook up next year on the Wellington campus as well. So there are a number of initiatives. Prof. Kioka's mentioned most of them. So I won't bore you with that again. But it is, for example, the consumer science students in the kiosk producing the nutritionist meals. It's agriculture and horticulture with the food gardens, food technology with food packaging, food security, and so on. And then I also just want to mention that consumer science is actively working on decolonizing some of the curricula where indigenous knowledge and indigenous recipes are being developed for our students to use and utilize. So there are quite a number of initiatives in applied sciences, and yeah, I hope that they are all successful and we can take them forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Nosisana Mkondo. I'm responsible for the first year experience at the institution. We don't have any initiatives at Fundani for food security because we work with faculties. But what we have student employment. The tutors, the mentors, the retention officers, and the teaching assistants, they are all paid from Fundani, but they are externally funded from the UCDG, University Capacity Development Grant. So by getting students employed, we are trying to alleviate, you know, some of the issues of students not having food, and also a certain percentage of the money that they get from being a tutor, a mentor, RO, and a TA goes towards their fees. 60% goes towards their fees if they owe the institution any money, and then the other 40% goes to them. It's a university policy that has been in place for the longest time. So I'm just putting it out there so that if you want to ask me questions about 60% and 40%, it's something that has been happening, and it was used to assist students with the payment of the fees at the time. And then also in terms of the tutors, of the mentors more specifically, they bring to us students who are hungry. Remember, students speak to students. So we trust, you know, the mentors when they bring those students. Students are really hungry. They need, you know, sustainable supply of food. Because what we normally do, we always collaborate with student counseling. Whenever students comes to us and say they need food, they haven't eaten for 3 days and stuff like that, we refer them to student counseling to get food. And also in terms of our activities at Fundani, we provide writing support for students. They bring in their assignments so that they can be assisted with writing of assignments. So one time when I was sitting with my staff, I said, we say at CPUT, we practice Ubuntu. How are we practicing Ubuntu within our practices? And then I was like, a student comes to you and brings in an assignment. Do you ask if the student has eaten? Because that is, the whole student come to you, not a bit of students, not the academic aspect comes to you, but the student in totality comes to seek support. So do you only focus on academic aspect, and what about the other aspect of the students? We know we don't have funding, but then we were relying on our own initiative. We have coffee. So do we offer them coffee, so that they can have something to eat? We don't have much. That is what I'm trying to say. And then also the way initiatives that we were linked with in the other faculties. For instance, Mowbray, they had sandwiches, when they provided for students. And then also another important thing is that, talking about first year students, who are these students? And sometimes in the articles, in journals and stuff, the only thing that comes out is that they're underprepared, they're first generation. But it's more than that. We've got students who are parents. And when they get that sandwich, they keep that sandwich so that they can feed their kids at home. We have students who are students at night, and they are working in the evenings. We have students who are looking after their siblings, whatever money. I'm talking about the tutors that they get mere 2,000 per month if they work the full 40 hours per month. So they send that money home to feed, their families, because they know that their families are struggling. And then one time our mentors, they found a student who was struggling. That particular student was sleeping in a place where even a dog wasn't sleeping, in Delft. They put money together. They bought, the shoes that particular, the khakis that particular student was wearing, they were worn out. No one could wear. It was like walking barefoot with something that's covering, the top. So they bought khakis. They bought that particular student food. It was from the money that they earned from being a tutor and a mentor and a TA. And then also what we require from students who are leaving the university, through our programs, we ask them to leave your blankets, leave your crockery, leave your things, so that the other students can get those. And I know we will get students who would be needing blankets now. So we do that from our office, and we say, a mentor would come and say, so-and-so doesn't have this, and then we will just provide them with such things. We have a new program that is the academic advising now that we have, that we are basing it in faculty, so that students can talk to an academic advisor about any issue, and they can be referred to different support services. Also, there is a newly formed unit at Fundani. It's called the Student Transition Access, Retention and Success Unit. Yeah, got it right. It stands for short. So in that unit, we are going to use data to get a sense of who are our students. We as lecturers, I've been a lecturer before, so we stand in front of the students, we teach them as if they are the same, So now we want students to be identified. Who are these students that are sitting in front of us? Secondly, what have they had access to? Where are they coming from? And then thirdly, also identify the risk factors amongst those students. Data on its own is not going to tell us anything, but we need also to interpret the data. So, and then in STARS, we want to close the loop, because student so-and-so comes to us and say, I need a food parcel, and then we refer them to student counseling, and that's it. What happened afterwards? So we want to close that loop and follow up on that student. Are you okay? Did you get the support that you needed? What other forms of support that you require? And then also, we need to collaborate with people. We need to work with you guys. Those students come to us. It's very sad to see somebody, a student who is hungry, and then you have nothing. You say, okay, I'll make you coffee, I'll give you a sandwich or whatever. Then what next? What happened after that? What happens tomorrow? And I also believe in student counseling, they have once-off food parcel. So they get that food parcel. Is it going to sustain them right through? No. And then also I have an example of somebody who was a student here at CPUT. What he told us was that he would buy Gatsby on Sunday. And then he cut that Gatsby into 5 pieces. So he would eat on Monday, Tuesday. By Wednesday, that Gatsby is off. But he does not have a choice. He must eat it because that's all he could eat. So we need to get sustainable initiatives that could assist, all CPUT students. I think, but they were other initiatives in faculties. But I remember FID, the lecturers, they used to cook for their students. During lunch they would get the food, and also in applied sciences. Thank you.
I'm Pumla Bata. I'm from student counseling. Okay, I'm going to talk about counseling initiatives. One is food voucher. The food voucher amount is 400 Rand. It's a gift card to buy at Pick n Pay. You can only get it once a year. If you're coming for the second time, we need to sit with you down and check what other alternatives do you have. Firstly, we just don't give food vouchers. You need to come for a counseling session, which becomes a problem with students. They don't want a counseling session, they just want a food voucher. But the reason we want you to come for a counseling session is to check. First of all, when we give you this food voucher, do you have other alternatives? Can we refer you to other alternatives within CPUT, like work study, like tutoring, mentoring? And can we refer you to your department to ask, what can I do for my department to get some kind of payment? So if we give you that food voucher once and we call you for counseling, it's not that we want to check maybe if you really need it. We also want to check if you really need it, because we only give food voucher to non-funded students. So if you are funded by NSFAS, you don't qualify for a food voucher, unless you had an emergency somewhere. But we also need a proof. If you say you had to attend a funeral at home, bring me the death certificate so that I can attach that as a proof that you are funded, but I had to give you a food voucher because you had an emergency at home or whatever happened. Secondly, we had food parcel. Thank you to the Faculty of Applied Sciences. They donated quite a number of food parcels. We distributed those food parcels to our students. They didn't even last us a month. They were finished within 2 weeks. Those food parcels both at D6 and at Belleville. So we have those food parcels. If we get donations from faculties, they send that donation to us so that we can distribute the food parcel to our students. Thirdly, we refer students to our work study, as I've said before, so that student can get job within the university. And we also recommend that this student is doing well academically. Remember also that one, you need to be doing well academically. The problem now is that the number of students that require assistance is growing every day due to the NSFAS N+ rule. So it's really out of our control. As I'm telling you now, we don't keep a list because we didn't want to keep a list because we're creating some hope. If we don't have food vouchers, we don't have them. We can't say we'll keep your name on the list and we don't know when are we going to have them again. So we don't keep a list, but every day we have a student that comes to our office and say, ma'am, do you still have food vouchers? So that's how big the problem is of food vouchers. So if a faculty or department has any donation, we are willing to go and pick up those donations, pack them and distribute them to our students, especially the needy students. Even though we're saying we give food vouchers once, we do sometimes have to give the second time. So if students can remember, there were food vouchers that they were getting from student housing. Only senior students were referred to us student counseling. First years were given by student housing. If you are requesting for the second time, you get referred to student counseling, meaning that we have to come for a session, so we have to sit down and look at other alternatives that we have. We also assist students looking for part-time jobs, but we don't go out and say, go and work there and work there. We also assist in terms of maybe finding out, you are attending classes, when do you attend? I have one class a day, so don't you think you need a job maybe somewhere that you can work if you're attending once a week or once a month, something like that. But we do assist with CV development and other stuff. And we had a donation from students involvement. I can't remember the name, but I remember the names of the students. But I want to say it's legal something body from students from the legal department. They donated quite a lot of food. Joe Younger talked about, they donated quite a lot of food. And also when students are leaving during the recess, we ask them to come and drop their leftover food at our offices so that we can pack them into food parcel for other students. We have booklets also available for budgeting skills. If students need those, they're still available at our offices. We do give those to students because, believe it or not, we have students that don't know how to use that 1 point something from NSFAS because they've never been used to taking care of themselves. So they need assistance in terms of, what do I buy? What kind of grocery do I buy? Also with student housing, if the student comes and say, I don't have pots, I didn't know that I need to cook for myself, so student housing will come in and say, and I will ask if they don't have pots, blankets, shoes, clothes, everything that they have to assist students that are struggling. As Dr. Mkondo has said, we have students that now it's winter, I say, I have only this pair of flops, I don't have shoes. So we also take donation for clothes, shoes, and other stuff. Yeah, I think that's all for me.
Okay, I was trying to be a gentleman just for a second. Good afternoon, colleagues. I won't be greeting that much. It's just to say good afternoon. I'm seeing everyone is having a happy face. My name is Tomisho Mfisa. I'm from CDISC. I think it would be amiss of me not to highlight that I've been at CPUT for about 9-10 years now, and I've seen the growth and the change within the environment, being a student, as well as being a student leader, and then becoming a staff member as well. I've written an essay, and I think Dr. Mkondo has put me at ease because CDISC does not have activities running when it comes to food security. And I'm now comfortable because she has made me comfortable, because she admitted, I'm not going to mislead the House and say that we've got this running. But the good thing about our office is that it does form part of various committees when it comes to addressing food insecurity. I think Prof. Kyoko did highlight that we were forming part of a committee back in 2022. Ms. Cholan was still within CDISC at the time, where we contributed around the agriculture as well as around food sustainability when it comes to residences as well as within campuses. But I want to highlight a few things. Being a former student as well as being a staff member, I've written an essay because our office is compelled by Agenda 2063, which is from the AU, which speaks about emphasizing the achievement of security and ending hunger, as well as SDG 2, which speaks about ending food hunger. So these policies or these agendas are seeking to achieve or attaining an environment where we've got access to food, as well as, I think one word I could highlight is that sustainable. And when you speak about sustainability, I think DT highlighted about 2 questions saying that, are these efforts sustainable? Are we doing, I think it's 2 questions though. I'll just read here, because I want to capture it when I do my presentation. Are these efforts enough? Are they sustainable? And we can never mention sustainability without mentioning funding. without funding, nothing can be sustainable. And I want to make the emphasis because I will share a perspective which is sort of personal as well as within the center itself, because we do need funding when it comes to achieving certain things within our society. Prof. Green, I liked how he highlighted the various points around the food. One is that the food pantries. We've been talking about student-led activities. I think we should also highlight staff-led activities. We cannot let this be a student-led approach, but we are saying that we want to collaborate. Staff needs to lead various programs around food securities. I like the proposition of the task team as well, because the task team would sort of be an overseer of the various programs. I want to highlight a few things, or 3 keywords: co-creating, collaboration, and being proactive. So I mentioned that part of funding because we need to tap in the funding aspect. How do we tap in the funding aspect? We've got ABSA as the main bank of the institution. What is ABSA giving back to make these programs sustainable? That's the question we need to be asking. What are these various service providers, which gets about millions when we buy equipment, when we buy products from them as a service providers, what are they bringing back or plowing back within the institution? We then go back to alumni tracking. Are our alumni coming back and giving back within the society to ensure that these programs become then sustainable? Because we'll be doing a program of a repetitive thing that does not become monitored or become impactful, because we are just giving but we're not receiving back. Remember, this money must be a rotational way of doing things. So if the money goes out towards food security, we need to ensure that money does then come in, not to put this and pin it on maybe Prof. Kyoko or DSA to say that make sure this happens with what funds. So we need to ensure a circulation of funds where Advancement Office make sure that the funding policy does become available to the public, ensuring that that on its own contributes toward the circulation of funds. Because I make these funds part because I know the time we were running the meal a day as a student leader, the meal a day was not sustainable, because you could only feed a student today, but tomorrow they come back, you can't feed them. Then it means that funding then becomes the hindrance or the blockage or the gate that closes because there's lack of funding. And I want to highlight the part of emergency meal fund. I think if we could have a cost center that deals with that. I like the approach of COVID when there was a cost center created by Convocation where everyone could donate money towards the COVID fund. That was a good strategy because it meant that money was coming in to deal with an issue that was pressing at the time. Same applies to issues around when we deal about GBV, we put it at high importance. Let's put this food security or food insecurity to that landscape, to that scale of saying that it is an issue of prominence and we need to address it with the necessary resources that needs to address it. Then I think within our center as well, we will need then to speak about awareness raising. We cannot come to students and just provide food and it ends there. We need to educate students. The budgeting part Prof. Green mentioned, I like that one. Let's go to financial literacy. Let's go back to that, not just on food, but on general spending. I was speaking with a colleague then saying that there's a decision a student gets to make on a regular basis when they get their money. One, it's either they go to TOPS. Two, that's after they've sent money at home. There are two decisions. It's either they go to TOPS and then on Sunday, they then reflect and say, what must I buy? And those are the things we need to address because in as much as students are hungry, but students are failing themselves as well because their spending and choices in spending compromises their well-being because you get a sense that they prioritize the lavish life but fail their stomach. So we need to also look into that and also call things a spade so that we know that when we move forward and co-create activities around addressing these issues, we are able to know that we are moving in one line. So I think the student-led and staff-led, I've highlighted that, but the good part Dr. Mporo mentioned is the data interpretation. Let us do data collection. Let us look at who are we dealing with. Who are these people we are dealing with? Because remember, it's not on-campus and on-campus students only that we're dealing with. There's also the off-campus students, the ones who are not in residences, the ones who goes to Esamora and sleeps in a shack with no food in their timing. They don't really benefit from some of the activities because their time within the space or the environment is limited because after class, they then go home. Let's look into that. How do we address those ones as well? And I think within our center, we can firmly say that we are looking into tapping into that space and collaborating with colleagues because we need to be proactive moving forward. And in closing, the part of mental health, is a key one. Because if you can tap in the mindset, because our mindset is already damaged, and we need to then change the mindset as to how we deal with things, and that goes about having these conversations. This is a good start, and we commend DSA for initiating this and collaborating with CITISC in ensuring that we start the conversation. Because I will mention the issue now of, there's the issue of land, and without land and without this funding, how do we ensure that we have a sustainable program around food security? Thank you, colleagues.
Molweni, good morning, goeiemorgen. Excuse my voice, I've got a little bit of a cold, so I think I'll sit a bit away from you. Sure, you know, let me first introduce myself. I'm Aisha, everybody knows me as Aisha. I'm the language coordinator of the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. I'm also a lecturer in engineering, and I'm also run the FYE program for engineers. So I've dealt a lot with food security since 2018, actually, before COVID. Students all know me. If I come up the stairs, oh, Aisha's there, we'll ask her for food. That's the kind of visibility that I've made in the engineering faculty. So what happened was that, you know, I used to be in charge of exclusions, student exclusions, and every time the food story came up, every time, without fail. It wasn't, I don't have, you know, I'm not studying, I don't have study skills. It was, oh, Aisha, I'm hungry, you know, I have to make a choice. Do I come to campus or I don't have transport money? You know, that kind of thing. And I think I lead with my heart in these cases, and I think that's also to my detriment because I spend a lot of money on students. So at that stage, we had nothing in place, nothing, 2018. And then I decided I was going to put a fruit bowl outside in the secretary's office. She can just keep an eye on it. And that fruit disappeared. Even lecturers took the fruit. And that was my problem at that moment. So I thought, no, this is not working out. So I decided I'm going to this Bible market. And they're actually very helpful. They give you all their fruit. Oranges, apples. You just go there and ask. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And people don't realize that these places around us actually want to give, so we don't go. So I've asked for people and they've given me stuff. So I've used that. And then, of course, after that, you know, I decided, okay, I'm going to listen to students' stories because dignity is very important and privacy. Dignity, privacy, education, helping yourself, you know, building your own, I would say, little empire around you. It's not about just giving food. It's about helping students to help themselves. And that was my thing. So I used to, unfortunately for us in engineering, every Thursday we have no classes. The dean has called no class on a Thursday afternoon. We go there, we do students at risk, we do the FYE for the first year students, we call in speakers, and that has actually worked out brilliantly because now all of us, lecturers and students, are free on a Thursday afternoon. So we use this for these purposes, and it actually works because students actually come to me and talk to me about it, and I refer them. And that's why I'm here today, because they also know me. So what happened was that in 2018, I approached Sense of Taste. They were a catering company in Gurud, in Maitland now, very popular urban cafe. And he said to me, I will provide food for your students every Thursday. You pick it up on a Wednesday, every Thursday. Engineering students were fine. And of course, COVID happened, and that stopped. And then during COVID, he said, Aisha, will you still come pick up the food? We're still making food. But the problem is getting onto campus. And then I organized to get onto campus. And then I had one student, Tommy, I think he's the chairperson of the SRC, used to meet me at the gate, and we used to give pots of food. But then what happened was the food went off because they didn't have fridges. And then he SMS'd me to say, Aisha, you can't bring this food on campus because it's getting old. And I felt so bad. I said, no, we can't. And then that was a problem. So you know, we must keep on reflecting. Everything happens. So, you know, society changes all the time. So you keep on reflecting. So the fruit to that. And then I decided, okay, now just give turned food. And that worked quite well because the students don't have fridges. And then after COVID, what happened was that I decided that we're just going to give hampers once a week. This actually worked quite well because I used to pack food for the week for the students, like 2 tons of baked beans, 2 tons of fish, a packet of rice, packet of pasta. But I just didn't give. They first had to come and tell me their stories. And I wanted to listen to them because I only had 50 food parcels. And this, I must say, came from the generosity of the staff. Everybody just pitched in. Somebody gave it 200 Rand every month. And eventually we built we opened a bank account for our students and we could just buy from that account. And it's still going. I mean, staff gives money. We also get money from outside. Investec came in strongly. Investec used to give me 2,000 Rand a month, purely because a staff member's daughter worked for them and she pitched our course. And of course, they were willing to give. But then changes also came in Investec. And of course, the person whose daughter worked in Investec was from Applied Sciences. So they had problems with that because now Applied Sciences was coming on board and they needed the money for them. And I thought, oh, let's stop this politics. So I said, just okay. And then, it's a lot of politics involved when you feed students. And it's a lot of hard work. And I think if you don't have the passion for it, if you don't have the heart for it, if you don't have the stamina for it, it's not going to work. I've got to drive this all the time. I've got to ask lecturers, I've got to send out WhatsApps once a month to say, oh, students are hungry, can you give me something? And I've got to plead with them, but eventually I get the money. So it's hard work on my part. That's all I want to say. And if I don't drive it, I'm sorry to say it, I don't know what's going to happen. So, but for the moment, we decided for long-term sustainability, of course. We started the FYE program for engineers. And this FYE program are for all first years to build their agency. That was to us important. Also to protect their, I would say, dignity, so they can help themselves. So the FYE program is compulsory for all first year students across the board. It counts 5% of a waiting for a communication mark. That's what we decided. So they are forced to do it, otherwise they lose that 5%. And you can imagine how eager they are to get that 5%. So what we do is we built in the FYE into the communication course in engineering. There are 12 things that we focused on. The most important thing was ethics, because I think ethical behavior and principles comes first. And when students coming in. The second thing was, of course, AI, which we all know is like becoming a problem. And the third thing was finance, budgeting, also your identity came in strongly. Who are you? Where do you come from? And I had a student also that came to me last week and he was dressed in the finest clothes after first year. He was so poor. And he said to me, Aisha, that program taught me that I can actually sell chips to students. And just on selling chips, I could buy me the stackies, I could buy me this phone. That was to me was an amazing story, because now he's funding himself. He doesn't even have to ask me for a food parcel. He's actually giving students things on his own. So those kind of stories, that I really believe in. That it's not about handouts. It's not about just giving food parcels, not just getting money. It's about also teaching skills to students to help themselves. And also this ethical and principled behavior that must come in. And the FYE program in engineering is doing that. We're doing it, and this is second year running now. And it's working so well. I'm actually looking at, is it improving the marks? Not really. I can't see any trend, but that's not important to us. As long as we can instill those skills, that's important to me. I can talk a lot, so I'll stop right there. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Colleagues, we do have time for questions. We'll catch up a little bit in lunchtime. So let's take 2, 3 questions and let's see where that takes us for time. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3 questions for now. Let's start here.
Just one question.
Okay, one question.
That's fine. I'll minimize. My question goes to Ms. Swanepoel and Mrs. Duplessis. Where's Sipho Mukwena? I must commend you, Chairman. You are showing leadership. Sipho groomed you. I'm very proud. Ms. Swanepoel and Mrs. Duplessis, I had to correct myself then. You spoke about the SOUP program, if I'm correct. Do you not think that the SOUP program may have the implication of possibly benefiting the minority who will get a financial incentive out of selling the soup, while the majority who live from hand to mouth and do not have a penny to buy the soup will be disadvantaged in the program in the long run? Thank you.
To be honest, I simplified the way that the program is going to run to spare time. I didn't explain the whole program. I think it would be better if we talk afterwards. If you are happy with that, if you are really interested, then I will explain the whole thing. I just thought, why would I come here and actually tell a whole long story exactly how everything is going to work? But it's we have thought the thing through very well.
Okay, we had another hand. Yeah, there. Thank you.
Greetings all. To Mr. Dumiso. Just a quick one with the SADC's office. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. CIDES, yes. What's the office's position in applying social change in health food consumption through our cafeterias? I acknowledge that nothing much can be done without money, but putting aside our cafeterias have insufficient healthy food, the food considered healthy there is quite expensive beyond the reach of what is available. What is the regulation protocol, if there is, in terms of food consumptions through our cafeterias? I believe that the only vendors that are seen by CPUT that can sell food to students. What is the regulation there, as I believe it's something that can be helped out in short term? Thanks.
Okay, the question is quite heavy for me. Number one is that CITES is not directly involved when it comes to the process. So I think we can take it offline, because I'll be misleading the House if I go in detail to that, to send you to the right channels for those details. But for now, I cannot disclose anything because I'm not part of the process. Yeah.
We had a hand that side.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Mbasa Menziwa, the Central SRC Student Support Services Officer. And mine is to comment on the student counseling, simply because the vast majority of our students, when they come to student counseling, they just have a simple issue. It's financial issues. That's all. Hence, you would sometimes realize that they are most likely to come to the period of the 15th towards the end of the month, simply because at that period of time, the vast majority of the students are indeed broke in terms of financial crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And also, our peak time is between February and March, when students are awaiting NSFAS. But remember, I said, if you are funded by NSFAS or do you receive an allowance from your bursary, we don't give you a food voucher. That we are very strict on. Sometimes we even have access to the NSFAS list of students that are funded. We do go and check. So funded student, we don't assist.
Thank you. I think we can take one more question and then we can break for lunch. We have a question this side.
It is not a question, but rather a comment. Sure. As I was listening to the speakers, and it also referring back to the keynote speakers that we had earlier on, I think the importance of, as academic departments, of looking into interdisciplinary projects, because if you take, for example, the vegetable garden project itself, or drive, implemented in different residences, we could have, as Prof. Kyogo mentioned, the applied sciences, horticulture, food technology, and we could also have hospitality to come on board in terms of production. Then we can have departments such as marketing department to ensure that these drives are also, the students are well informed about them, because sometimes they don't know where to go when they experience these challenges. Then we can have entrepreneurship department where they could assist in terms of the entrepreneurship side, and to ensure that these drives are also generating a source of income to ensure the sustainability of the project. And then we can also have my department, project management, to ensure that there's a well coordination of the project, and to make sure that these projects are efficient and successful and helping those who are really, really in need. So I could see a very nice interdisciplinary project that we could easily come up with, and of course looking into the aspect where one student said some students, they do not want to just do these projects with no marks all the time. We know it's a student life, whenever you do a project you are expecting to get some marks, so we can use this as part of wheel component or as part of community engagement or as part of service learning projects. That was one comment. But I also think that it is also important to tap back to what, so with the interdisciplinary projects, we're really leveraging on the expertise of these academic departments. Coming back to what FISA have said, I'm happy and very proud every time when I hear you speak, because he is one of my students coming from the business faculty, and I was his lecturer for communication. So when you speak and articulate yourself so well, I feel so proud of myself. Da, da, da. But the point that you have made of also, accommodating or maybe come up with strategies that will also cater for the off-campus students, because most of the time we tend to neglect them while they are also severely affected by this food security thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, we've come to the conclusion of this panel. Thank you so much for our panel members. We really have learned a lot, and I think it's great that we're sharing, that we get to understand what initiatives are there so that we can integrate and get to that approach that we want. So I think our lunch break will then run till 1:30. So we're stealing 10 minutes from our next session. So if we can just be promptly back at 1:30 so that we can start our last session. Thank you so much.
Testing 1, 2. Okay. Are you going to do introduction first?
I need a bio for that. Okay, are we ready upstairs? Okay. No, it's oh, is that the taking time part? Okay, I think everyone is feeling refreshed and ready to take on our next session and our last session for today. And I think this is really the culmination of where we want to get to. So we started this morning really reflecting on definitions and context to really get a better idea of what it is that we're dealing with. We definitely then looked into concrete initiatives that we have and some that's getting going. We've reflected with students and staff on their experiences, their initiatives, but I think now it's really the time to get to the how. What do we do next? We were encouraged today to think out of the box, to come up with solutions, and I hope that this session will take us there. But it is really going to require everyone's participation to really help us to get there. So I'm going to hand over to our two trusted facilitators, Clive Brown and Johannes Buthelezi, and then they will take us through the process. I believe there is a short presentation as well, if we can get our projectors set up, and then from there we'll go into a nice plenary discussion and we're in their trusted hands. And then after that it's basically just wrapping up and plotting the way forward and then concluding for the day. So thank you so much, colleagues. I'm handing over to you.
Thank you very much. I think myself and my colleague Dr. Johannes Buthelezi, we've got the most easiest job to do here. What we have to do is we have to reflect on the discussions that have taken place since this morning. So what I am going to do, I'm going to start off, even though there's no I in group work here in front, I'm going to be starting off by giving an overview of the three segments of deliberations that have been conducted. The first one was obviously done by our various speakers, our keynote speakers. Then we went on to speak to the lived experiences of our students within the various portfolios that they hold within the institution. And then we then handed over to the academics who are responsible for making sure that the curriculum takes place. So I'm quickly, when I say quickly, I'm going to try to keep it less than 5 minutes, okay? So let's see. For the opening, we had Mr. Njabulo, who said that, academics are only interested in their content and researchers only interested in their subject. Now that is a claim that is made. And he says, how do we teach a student who was hungry? That is the emphasis of our discussion today. And then he also said, we know very well. And when we say we know very well something, do we really know who our students are? Do we actually know the difficulties that they experience in getting their formal qualification? We then handed over to Ms. Tiolwana, the Dean of Student Affairs, who welcomed all the students, all the academics, and said all the voices of students is important. And then opening remarks were made, talking about the indigent student and more than 60% of them enduring this phenomenon. And then I wanted to talk about what is the job of HEMIS within our institution. She indicated that the topic is complex. There are efforts for a holistic and sustainable, more systemically improved process that needs to take place. An elaboration on the term was given about indigent families was defined. She then went on to talk about the problem statement which was portrayed, what are the root causes, coordination and integration of data, who's accountable, where is the availability of foods which are non-perishable foods or perishable foods. And today is a solution-focused day, she had said. And focus on the key benefits for CPUT was highlighted, indicating the broader overview of what can happen when support is given to the phenomenon. And some expectations of the food colloquium. She then provided us insight into a quantitative numeral by indicating that 976 students to date seeking funds, vouchers for food, and it requires a collective input through a dialogical engagement to bring deep-seated transformation. And many of the individuals here today, they also find themselves being part of the institutional transformation forum. Then Prof. Green was handed the podium, and he spoke from his perspective, indicating firstly that as a dean and as an academic, he is also a parent, and he has also gone through the schooling wherein he was placed in a quintile 1 school, under-resourced school. And he said not only our institution is experiencing this phenomenon, but a broad South African society is impacted. A need for a turnaround strategy. Firstly, acknowledge the gravity of the theme. Our institution is more than just an academic space. Describe the diversity of our registered students, elaborated on the varied initiatives undertaken by staff and students within CPUT. Secondly, the decline in financial resources from the state. Thirdly, we must collaborate with various stakeholders, not just once off. And so food security is a moral imperative. A multifaceted approach is required to undertake this phenomenon. He spoke about food banks and pantries. No cost or possibly reduced cost needs to happen. He spoke about food vouchers programs, those students struggling with securing food. An implementation of food gardens, especially the one on the Wellington campus. And then he elaborated on who needs to come together, to work together, to make the food insecurity a thing of the past. He then said partnerships. The impact of evidence-based decision-making through research can impact this phenomenon, which is called food insecurity. And now he said the doing part, a coordinated approach through a systemic collaborative approach is vital. And then he ended off his talk by giving us recommendations. A food security task team, which includes our students, leveraging of facilities through research, or faculties through research, develop strategic action plans, promoting financial plus literacy skills, budgeting and resource skills to be taught how to manage funds when our students do get their various financial resources. Community engagement plus partnership, evaluate plus monitor ongoing programs or projects. We are very quick to start a project, but we don't take the time to evaluate it and know to monitor it. And let us encourage to give back. And I think here he was making reference to the alumni. And there's an awareness plus advocacy of food insecurity is important. And then he encouraged everyone to think strategically plus creatively to ensure that no student is left behind. Prof. Kyoko started off his presentation congratulating and thanking all the attendees. And he said, you know, thinking about food. What kind of food would you like to eat for the rest of your life? So a little bit of an activity happened. I don't know if Prof was a teacher before he came into academia. Student success is like an iceberg, he indicated. And he spoke about food security and provided a definition according to the World Food Summit of 1996. He spoke about the Sustainable Development Goals with respect to food security. The problem is widespread. That requires research studies, as it is shown. Examples of interventions by the higher education institution is described. He spoke about CPUT's proposal for a project was noted and not yet succeeded due to costs. Examples of food production at campuses were highlighted. He spoke about a campus vegetable leadership project, which is expanded. He spoke about one residence, one garden project that was launched. He spoke about the horticultural HOD, Mr. October, was acknowledged. And then there was a genesis of product ranges that is being promoted, or the project which has started. The program in consumer science at the D6 campus was discussed. Research and data-informed decision-making is being undertaken. Possible strategy for food security for students is explained, and then Prof wrapped up his presentation, linking his presentation to the definition of Food Security Summit of 1996. Thereafter, we went into our students, our 5 gentlemen who gave subjective lived experiences, and some of the points which were highlighted says that organizations actually wants to help us set up contractual agreements. There's a DSA process which is very extensive. SRC requires assistance with reviewing of budgeting. The red tape of CPUT requires a review within DSA, a structured guideline for requesting funds. Instead of a specific term, focus on an intervention program, one of the gentlemen said. And then also, when you do have a student sitting in your lecture, note that there can be a lack of concentration, lack of participation, ashamed isolation, and a decrease in performance. And Prof. Green then reminded us, students ought to also show responsibility. We then handed over to our academics from various departments who hold various portfolios. We note that Ms. Sandra Swanepoel said, you take away the dignity of individuals when we keep on giving. Volna Duplessis spoke about environmental study initiatives, Waste It project at the Wellington campus. And what I like here is the advisory board who works alongside the committee. The university can make money out of recycle and the importance of teaching waste education. Prof. Rashida Tofi spoke about food security flagship programs and what is interesting here, the decolonization of the curriculum. Dr. Mkonto said her responsibility is that of the FYE program within CPUT, and the struggle of impoverished students was portrayed. The academic advising program, and she spoke about STARS as a program, focusing on who are the CPUT students, a need for sustainable initiatives within CPUT. Pumla said her job is in the Student Welfare Office and spoke about the vouchers made available to students only for non-funded students. Working student aid exists, plus a number of alternative supporting initiatives for CPUT students was relayed. Tomiso spoke to us about no formal food security program exists at this very moment within his portfolio. He elaborated on the institutional agendas, co-creating plus co-collaborating, spoke about what is APSA giving back to our institution, which is the main bank of CPUT. He spoke about awareness raising and let us look at what the data says. And the final page, he also said, let's look at the mental health. And so conversations are vital. And Aisha ended off by saying that she used to be part of the student exclusion program, reflected on what happened in 2018, and also spoke about the Thursday afternoon free session to discuss student-related issues. I think that's very vital if we think about our curriculum. We are so focused on getting the teaching job done that we don't realize that maybe we need to shift our attention a bit more to the FYE program and how the various departments are supporting the first-year students, who many of them are most of the time the first generation students coming to a university, so they don't really have the support within the home structure. And then various organizations are involved in donations plus providing stuff and building the food initiative into the FYE program. Now our job is, after all that was said and done, now what and so what are the two questions that we'll be looking at. And so myself, as a lecturer within the Faculty of Education, that is why there's so much talking happening here, and my colleague, Dr. Johannes Buthelezi, is in the FET department, I am in the intermediate phase department. We are going to be looking at 3 questions during this segment. What I am talking about in a nutshell is, now that you have all this information, now what? And so what can we do? So, ye studied at UJ and I studied at UKZN. And so I can say that my feedback of my thesis examination came back this past week. So I'll be graduating in September this year with my PhD as well. Over to you, Dr. Buthelezi.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. um, Colleagues, I will share what is happening at UJ, but I want to start this conversation by saying this conversation about food security, it started at UJ in 2016. I remember I was still doing my honors there at that time. So they had this conference. I was not part of politics or of some sort, so I was not aware of this conference. But I remember in 2017, we were asked, especially those students who were using NEFSAS for fees and accommodation, to fill in a form where you could go to the SRC office and get some food parcels and so on. And I'm glad that I benefited there with that program in 2017 and 18. So basically, the keynote speaker spoke about collaboration, and during this conference, all of these organizations were there, working together with UJ to come up with strategies in terms of how should they, secure or sustain food for students. The other thing that they are doing, especially at Soweto campus, so Soweto campus is an education campus located in a township. They've got a school there called Funda Ujabule Primary School. They've partnered with that particular institution to assist students around the community to be part of the institution. So what they do normally, they do have a community garden where UJ is involved. What they do also, they look for single mothers to be part of the program, so that they can be basically benefit from the program. So you can also go to the website, to UJ website, just to get all the information, all the things that I was trying to, share with you. Thank you. Oh, one more last thing. I just want to remind all of us to say, when you go to chapter 4 of the Constitution, section 27, it states very well that everyone has a right to access sufficient food. So basically what we were talking about today, we are basically talking about the Constitution. We need to ensure that our students, they get sufficient food. Thank you.
Colleagues, can you see? We also do law within the Faculty of Education. So for myself, I note that Prof. Kyoko also indicated that one specific study this morning in his speech. And so what is happening is there is a real issue with the shortage of food that is impacting, obviously, the academics of the student, or I would say student teacher, from the perspective of the Faculty of Education. But what they're doing within the School of Education at UKZN, where I was based for studies, is that they say that they do hand out food vouchers to their students, like we do here at CPUT. But also there's this collaboration that takes place between different faith groups and businesses. And if I'm thinking about it, we've got one faculty of education, but we are based on two different contexts. The one is the one in Mowbray, and the other one is the one in Wellington. However, we do have surrounding institutions, organizations that is possibly willing, we will not know unless we reach out to them, wanting to get involved with assisting our students with food parcels and perhaps financial resources. So I think my take-home message that I'm taking from here is that as an academic, I can feed this into my curriculum. and we can find out from the surrounding organizations how can you assist us and what in return can we do. So it is one hand washes the other hand. So the three questions that we have been left with is the one here during this session. What strategies can be implemented to integrate different food initiatives taking place within the university? Strategies. How do we institutionalize a food support program? And how do we mobilize the CPUT community and our stakeholders to participate in the initiatives? Now, in this day and age, you simply have to feed this information into an AI program, and it will give you answers, as you will see here in front. But those are the answers of ChatGPT. That's not the answers of colleagues and students being seated here. So instead of a program thinking for us, we would like to open up the space and say, how do we move forward? Is it another program that is launched under the auspices of the Vice Chancellor in his office? Or is it a collaborative partnership that comes from each one of the deans within the faculties that we have? Or is it a program that is placed under the auspice of the ITF Forum? Where should it be placed, and who should be involved, and what is the way forward leaving here today? Those are the questions. I think I'm going to open up with question, the number 7 is obviously number 1. What strategies can be implemented to integrate different food initiatives taking place within the university? And I think it's this stage where I open it up to all of you. We're going to need some roaming microphones, and we have a gentleman in that corner. Over to you.
Oh, thank you very much. For us as students, to answer number 7, it is indeed true that the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing here at CPUT, which is a big problem. We need to centralize this thing, because from a student perspective, we have our programs for food drives. From DSA, they also have their programs through counseling. The Vice Chancellor also have his own program there for food drive. Even faculties, they also have their own programs, as they have said in engineering. I actually know her. We also call her soup lady. So there are many programs that we are aware of that are happening as students. But when you ask people who are in powers B in management, they don't even know some of those programs. They'll be like, who was giving food? Why? I don't even know that. So we need to find a way to centralize this thing. All these food programs, they might just sit in one roof and agree that, okay, you focus on Bevel, you focus on this, so that we know who to talk to where. Not to go to this one, and you find that the student is going to counseling, get a food voucher, goes to engineering, get soup and food there, goes to another, because we are the one who knows who is giving out food. One student is all this information. I once did that also in second year, where I would go to all these people, and I end up having a lot of food in my room, but other students, they don't even know. So we need to also work on that matter also. Thank you very much.
I love the honesty. Thank you so much. Okay, we have another hand raised. Sandra?
I just want to say, I think I can, just add on to that, but I don't want the food. I have made a lot of notes here today about programs that I heard about that I don't know anything about. And the thing is, it is not that I want to tap into that resource necessarily, but I would like to share ideas. I have a lot of ideas, and I want to, why would I have to try and develop the wheel again? If you have done good work already in a specific program, like the residents, the food thing there, I would love to hear, where did you get your seeds? How do you go by this? How do you go by that? I'm in Wellington. I don't want your stuff. I just want to hear, how did you do it, so that I don't have, I'm actually in a, I'm supposed to look after my students. And I would love to, talk to people like that. That one guy from the Muslim organization, I would love to speak to him to find out how did they do their different stuff, so that you can learn from them. So it would be wonderful if we could have like some kind of a, I don't know, a forum, but I don't want a meetings. I don't mean by forum meetings. I mean like somewhere on the internet in a cloud where we can put all those stuff in and you can go and source there. I don't want more meetings. That's not what I want. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Just to add on what Mampinja has said, I think we need an integrated system that is gonna be accessible to everyone, including the students. For example, I am not happy with the cafeterias that we have because I feel like for them to sell at CPUT, there should be a survey for students and staff so that we know the prices, what type of food are you going to sell? So that now with that, it's going to be easy to identify, okay, we have this percentage of halal eating people, we have this percentage of vegetarians or whatsoever. I think if procurement and that vendor thing, they could incorporate the voice of the students, because we only take what they give us. And it's sad because you can't even buy with 10 rands in these caves, but you are selling for students at this low economy. I feel like the policymakers, it's high time they even consult the students, because I feel like students are primary stakeholders of the institution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think what I've heard a lot of today is that we need to consolidate efforts. There's a lot that is happening at CPUT, but we are operating in silos. So I think one of the things that we need to walk away with today is a way as to how are we going to consolidate these efforts. I like the suggestion Vilma made of having an online central point like UJ has. I think that is very good. So that's number one. Number two, we need to institutionalize those efforts, or whatever steps we are deciding to take, we need to ensure that there is an institutional approach and buy-in from the highest person in the institution, and also visibility and just making it work, because it's such a critical thing. Food security is so critical. We've heard from Professor Green how he articulated, and I thought that his keynote address really just touch on the student life holistically, and there's a lot of what he left us with in terms of what we need to do. Lastly, we need to monitor and evaluate our efforts. We need to do research, we need to monitor, evaluate, and we need to learn. And we need to constantly reflect as well. That is all part of M&E. So we really need to just bolster on those points. Thank you.
Leadership. Dr.
Okay.
Brown.
We have some hands on this side first, and then I'm going to hand over to you, Prof. Okay.
Leadership.
Apologies, you have a mic. Thanks.
It's been about 5 minutes. I'll try and answer all three so that I don't have to come back again. Strategies what strategies can be implemented to integrate the food initiatives? I think before we get to strategies, Doc, I'll call you Doc because you are there. Doc, there is a culture, it's a cancerous culture that we need to deal with in the institution, or a habit, depending on your preference, of a sense of entitlement of initiatives. Why do I say this? You will find a younger that will run a program out of his own volition and mobilize fellow staff members in whatever unit he's working in or heading. Then you will find a Mampinja in another department, could be my superior, could be my subordinate, running a separate parallel program that seeks to address the very same issue. But the pride and sense of entitlement between the two of us prohibits us from working together. It becomes difficult to institutionalize programs because there is that sense of so-and-so wants to own it. And we can't run away from the fact that not everyone in the institution is a permanent staff member. more especially senior executive officials. They are sitting on 5-year contracts. And you will find that this is not me insinuating that this is what they do, but these are possibilities that you find in spaces of institutions of higher learning, where I'm on a 5-year contract, I'm a senior official, I am signing these programs. I come to you and I say to you, present the program to me. I take the program and I run with it. Some of these officials do not want to run with these programs because there is that question of what happens after those 5 years? What happens when I am separated with whatever possible benefit that may come with a program of going to an ABSA, as Tumiso has raised, and mobilize funds for the university? These are day-to-day realities that we are uncomfortable to talk about. So that's the first thing we must deal with. Before we start to want to institutionalize, we need to deal, or rather do away with that sense of entitlement over programs, because it prohibits people from working together. Lastly, facilitator. I still maintain my position of running a food bank. You'll call it whatever you want to call it from your own part, but I think Mambinja raised it. These people that run these initiatives, perhaps there needs to be a facilitation of a meeting where they can sit and see how they can work together or collaborate these initiatives into one project of the university. And in terms of, I'm glad you raised the issue of cafeterias, my leader. I don't want to talk about how they get into the university, but I do believe that as a university, we must be able to do price regulation. Now, price regulation is quite difficult because there are those who will tell you about nutrition and healthy foods. Healthy foods come at an expensive price. I'm not sure where the gentleman that was sitting here is, where he raised the question about how expensive this so-called healthy food is. It's expensive. But we need to be able to regulate people that will sell to our students. And when we regulate them, Skura talks about a survey. We need to be able to understand the type of student and the socio-economic status of that student to be able to afford what we are going to sell to them. Then we'll be able to run programs properly. Thank you, Malit.
I just want to comment on what you had said, the habit or the culture within CPUT, where there are those who are the gatekeepers to programs happening, and I pick up, and I know that you're leaning towards those in power, those with a contract, those working within CPUT. Do we not find that there are gatekeepers amongst student representatives as well? Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we have another hand on this side.
Now, just to add, Doc, to what the speakers have said, and I think, Mchana, well said. Well said. It is very important. I think I'm also adding to what the previous speakers have said, that we need to do away with working in silos. Yeah. We need all these initiatives to be housed in one entity. And when they're being housed, that would mean we would register them and we would make sure that they are visible. That is why I was saying we need to make sure that we collaborate, because we can actually leverage on the expertise of different departments and make sure that this works successfully. So when we register them, we make them that they are visible. You're talking about the shared points where all resources can be dumped in there. But I think we also have to make sure that it's visible on the website. Yes. We speak about, most of the time, first years as people who struggle for food security and so forth. You won't believe it. Even the postgraduate students, they are being affected with this. The other time I was shocked in my class rep meeting, and my class rep asked me, "Ma'am, I've got some students who are struggling. They asked me to ask you where can they go in terms of food security because they've got challenges." And I was not so sure about my answer, but then I said, you know what, I know in my department we tried, but it has not been sustainable. And I know there are units that really deals with this. And I'm certain there's something at counseling, but I'm not really 100% sure. And after my meeting, what I did, I called Dr. Brits and I said, please confirm for me, am I right to say students can come to you for support and assistance? And she said, yes. Went back to my class rep. That was an advanced diploma student. not a first year student. So we need these initiatives to be visible on the website for all students to see, so that when they click, they can see the information in terms of where to go when they have that challenge. So we need visibility.
Thank you. I just want to add, as the mic is making its way to that end, to Prof on that end, I think a common pattern that is being repeated here is the fact that, and I hope I have a job after I say this, the university website is severely outdated. Am I right to say that? So I think why the silos do exist is because there's so much happening within the varied faculties which is contributing. We saw all these individuals telling us what is happening. We don't know about it, but yet we are working and we are studying at the very same institution. So I think there really needs to be a sprucing up of the CPUT website, wherein there should be a linkage to say that we've got these programs running, we have these individuals who are contributing, because if Pick and Pay and Checkers and say ShopRite is contributing to food for our student teachers or students, doesn't matter in which year group, up to postgraduate level, and they get exposure on the CPUT website, that is something that they know we are linking with a higher education institution, and there's that visibility that happens. So I think there's really a need for the sprucing up of the website. Prof, over to you.
Yeah, I think I'll start from the end, the website, because it's such an important avenue for communication. Everybody communicates through online platforms. So it does need to be updated. I think just for everybody's information, maybe some of them, people here are already aware, it is being, I think, relaunched in June. Yeah, it's been redesigned, so a lot of things have already been done. And I think it's due for relaunching in June, which is next month. So we look forward to the new look.
Yeah.
Some of us have seen the template and how it looks like. It's very different and very modern. So it's changing from the old, what it is, to what it should be. But in the meantime, even if there's just a few weeks left, I think if there's something that's really important that needs to go to the website, my understanding, and we've got that experience, one can get that included onto the website.
Yeah.
So you can, if there's anything that's outdated, that's new, that needs to go there, you can put that on the website. It's not a painful process. It can be done. If it's a faculty, one speak to their IT coordinator or dean or something, but it can be done. But the website is being updated, so there'll be a new one, and I think the launch date is June. MCD might say I'm stealing their thunder, but yes, it's June.
Yeah.
Then in terms of this project, I think a number of things come out, and everybody, I think, has alluded to that. We need to streamline efforts. There's a lot of things happening in the institution. We need to do that to avoid duplicating efforts, to avoid doing things twice, rather do things once and have more impact than repeating the same thing. We need to maximize the impact that of all the different initiatives we have. We need to pool our resources even when approaching donors. And if you've done fundraising, if you approach a donor from an institution, it's difficult to get success if you approach the same donor many times asking for the same thing from different people.
Yeah.
You must get your house in order and put together a strong motivation, ask for that from that donor once and effectively, and you get it, which is when institutions have got advancement offices or foundations or people that do that. So they pull it and they put their best foot forward, and they don't get many duplicate things coming in for the same thing. We need to do that. And so we do need to have coordination. And without impeding what individual people do, we need to have coordination so that we can have most success, highest impact, and also encourage individual initiatives. And when I think about that, I think my own sense is that the issue of food security is important at the highest level of the institution. From top management, from the VC, through to council, through to convocation, which is why they're supporting the One Race, One Guard initiative, which is why management can afford to buy extra pieces of land equipment to try and support this. So it's important to everybody, and we need to have coordination and make sure we tap into that goodwill that can provide advocacy, unlock resources at the highest level. So that if you need to buy something else, if it has to be approved at council, we can get support right through to council, which is what we can get. So I think we do need a forum, and that forum needs, in my opinion, to include the current VC's initiative, and that allows us access to the highest levels of the institution, again, for advocacy, resources, and all that, but it must include the different stakeholders, so that it's one initiative and not different silos that might be talking in parallel and not coordinated. And so I think if we finish today by having perhaps people that can be part of that, we call it a forum, but I think that's a good word, where things can come together. But included in that forum is the different important stakeholders as well as the VC's initiative, so that there is access to the highest levels of the institution. Because I think this issue is important at the very highest level, and include convocation in that as well. Thanks, Chair.
I just want to add, I note that, like our country, they are very good at creating committees, like forums, and sometimes nothing happens at all. And I hear what you're saying, Prof, the seriousness of this. I think when we're talking about seriousness here, we're talking about it being overdue. And so I think linked to this meeting here today, this colloquium, we have to talk about a time frame. We have to think about what is going to happen when we leave here. Next year, mid-May 2025, are we still sitting with statistics of where students are struggling, where students are dropping out, that the website has yet gone through another level of, I don't know what the right word is, and so it's not being updated yet, that people are still working in silos? We have to start thinking about not only accountability, but obviously on a time frame to be able to say, do we say in the next 3 months, noting that the website will be updated shortly, that we now have the a drop-down list on the website to be able to say, these are the various initiatives happening in the different faculties. This is the person that you can approach if you want more insight. At the moment, these are the different external stakeholders who are involved within the different faculties. I think that is what we would like to see happening. Obviously, it takes time, but I think the importance is noting that it needs to be done. Even if it is not my child in the classroom, it is my CPUT child. And that child needs that support. And for me, what is always a stressful affair is the fact that students have a very good way of hiding their difficulties, their challenges. They come all the way from the Eastern Cape, and they come and register at the universities, and they've seen wonderful glowing images on the university website indicating this is what we're going to provide to you. And these students don't have anything to eat, and they are living in the bustling city in the Mowbray area, where the UCT students are partying down the main road. And so our CPUT students, the whole morale, their identity, their agency, they end up losing that because of not having something to eat. So it is not something that is supposed to be taken very lightly, but it's of serious nature. Another hand.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. In fact, I think you've partially captured me in terms of the urgency of the matter, because we are going to sleep today, all of us, and then there'll be another student sleeping on an empty stomach. So in that question, I only want to rubber stamp the word implementation. When I called Dr. Kyoko tonight and say that, hey, there's someone that's dying of hunger here, she must be able to respond to that at that particular point in time. So I just want to stress the implementation time period as well you've alluded. That's the only thing that I want to rubber stamp, implementation.
Thank you.
Very important.
Thank you for that. I think we've got a Barry White sitting in our midst here.
Yes.
Another question on this end? So I think we have it. If I can, shall I reflect quickly on the notes that I've made so that we can bring a closure to this specific segment? Is there anyone else? We do not want to exclude any voice, any academic, Any student.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Basically, I think we just go back a couple of slides where we were talking about some data that we need collected. So if we can perhaps, first thing, come up with a standardized survey that we're going to distribute to the students in our respective departments so that we can get an idea of the prevalence of hunger in our different departments.
If I could just add to that as well, I don't think, and this is now not going against what you are saying.
No problem.
For me it is, I'm quite sure that the deans within the various faculties are aware of the challenges which
Yes.
these students are facing.
Yeah.
And I think if we are, I know the survey is important and we will abide by it and apply it, but I think if we're talking about the urgency of it, it should be noted how many students are actually facing this kind of trauma each week. Prof, over to you.
Very quick comment. I think that's important and it's part of the research we're doing, but just to note that if you're going to survey students, one has to have ethical
Yes.
clearance.
Yes, that's the
yeah.
problem.
So that's part of what needs to be done. So the project we have is going through that process.
Okay.
And it's just important to protect the students, and it's we might want to do that, but we just think that we have to get ethically cleared before we can do that. But there is a project already that's going through that process.
Is going through.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just the second thing, the implementing of strategies. I think someone mentioned it that side where we don't want to duplicate what's already happening. I think some people who have some programs running has left the room. So if there is a way for us to connect with them again so that we can, maybe even the sandwich drive, it's maybe only happening across Bellville campus. We certainly have resources and donors that are able to contribute and to increase that sandwich drive so that it can reach students on our D6 campus as well.
Thank you for your input. Johannes, okay. Dr. Mkonto, over to you. A mic, please. And then Liani, you've got a question as well.
My concern is the first year students. When the surveys are distributed to them, they might not know what this is about. So using the structures like your mentors, your tutors, your TAs to explain to them what is this, and also as a first year student, you all know you want to be cool. You don't want people to see that you are struggling. So you want to be like all the other students, and these first year students then end up even selling their bodies to get whatever they need to get. So it's very important for us to use students to get to students because they know their context, they know their situation. Yeah, and also I also agree with this coordinated approach. Because it's sad for me to send the students to student counseling, knowing that is once off, and the next time the students won't get it, and the student would come back to me and say, they said it's once off, I still don't have food. Okay. So if then we can have, a food bank somewhere, so that I know I can contact so and so, and then if we then get a sense that this is a legit request. That is another thing, because some students want to use their money to go to TOPS and then get free food, at the institution.
Financial literacy. Liani?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the research. I know also
Thank
as
you.
part of the functional food research unit, led by Applied Sciences, they're also undertaking a study next year that's looking into food insecurity specifically in the CPUT context. So I think that's definitely going to add value in terms of the information that we need, in terms of prevalence, what do students consider to be food insecurity as well. So we're looking forward to that. And I do think that in terms of a survey, I agree that it needs to be, of course, coordinated, and possibly we can put it to the forum, because we need a task team or people that would be committed to take that further, because that shouldn't just be sit with one person or one unit. Then we could actually get everyone's input in terms of what type of questions we need to add in there, so that it's not just from one perspective, it's the student's perspective as well as staff. So I think then that is something that would probably sit well in a forum to launch that as well, so that it feeds back in there into wherever it would link.
Okay. I think many students don't also realize that within the Institutional Transformation Forum, that within each one of the faculties, there's someone that represents the students and also the academics and the administrators as well. And they report obviously to Prof. Green. And so they say what kind of initiatives are being undertaken or what are the challenges. So now when we're talking about not reinventing the wheel and we're talking about who should be placed in that position, now that we know that there's the scourge of, or this pandemic that is happening where there's a lack of food within the different faculties, should that not be added to the role of the transformation chairperson within the specific faculty? And that person will then say, okay, after we have been at this colloquium, this is the information that we have gathered, and immediately we run with how are we going to sort the intervention measures, put it in place. Instead of now searching for an individual who's going to be selected, why is this person being put in that position, when already there are individuals in place to report on what acts of transformation is happening within the various faculties. And it's not as if the dean of the faculty is not aware of what is happening. I don't know, perhaps the person is, perhaps the person is not being informed. But this is of a serious nature. Amanda at the back.
I would like to just repeat what our dean has said. There's already a committee under the leadership of Prof. Kyoko, and maybe the forum can fit or feed into that community, because I also don't want the forum to be misplaced. So there's a forum with a specific view on that, and maybe there is somebody else within a division that might be best represented there. For example, within the Division of Student Affairs, I'm the representative at the Transformation Forum, but Liani, who is HOD for the Student Counseling, might be better placed on a forum like that.
Thank you for that, Amanda. Johannes, we want to do a wrap-up quickly. Shall I? Oh, for Barach. Okay, so let me quickly see the notes that I've made. Okay, so there is a deep-seated need for centralizing who is going to be put in place and where are they going to give feedback on what is happening within the varied faculties. There's a need for the website. Sandra said there are varied programs made mention. There are shared ideas that she wants to tap into. And the emphasis is on to learn from each other. An integrated system for all. There should be a survey for vendors, procurement, include voices of the student, as young gentleman said here. Consolidate efforts, monitor, evaluate efforts, reflect. The young lady on that side said strategies, cultures and habits which is hampering programs from taking off. Difficult to collaborate between managers. There's a sense of entitlement that is mentioned. One main project should be led out of this specific talk, and price regulation as well was mentioned, and do away with silos. Even registered postgraduate students are also struggling, and there's an importance of the launch of the June 2024 the website. Streamline all efforts, approach donors. There should be a forum that provides structure. There's an urgency, the time frame of the implementation. Standardized surveys was mentioned. Do not reinvent the wheel like the sandwich drive. And TAs to explain the surveys to first year students to make it easy for understanding. My wish, and I'm quite sure Dr. Buthelezi as well, is that we take this as serious business. We take it as serious business because at the end of the day, I usually say to my students, if you are unprofessional as a teacher in the schooling space, they are going to come back to CPUT. If you are incompetent, if you are behaving unethical, it comes back to CPUT within the faculty where I am based at. How wonderful will it not be when the student that comes through our program is able to say, had it not been for your intervention, I don't know how I would have gotten through my degree program. And that is the ideas which are being shared here this afternoon that will need to be launched as well. So to everyone, on behalf of my colleague and myself, thank you very much.
Colleagues, we are nearing the end of the colloquium today, and I think I have the difficult task of plotting the way forward. We have a nice path that we've lined out, but now it's to actually take the steps to say, okay, what is it that we're committing to to do next? I think we've made extensive notes from the conversations today. For me, what stands out is initiatives that would fall into a shorter to more medium-term goal that we could get action on more immediately, such as getting information together to establish a database of initiatives. I think it's easy for me to say I can, with the help of my colleagues, commit to, for instance, creating a form that we could circulate so that we can create the database. Let's get the information together, who's doing what, who's responsible for what. Once we have that Excel sheet, it's easy to say, okay, let's take it to the website, let's collate the information, get it out there, let's make it visible. That's number one. I think then it becomes easier to collaborate. Let's not reinvent the wheel. We can rather build on the partnerships that we see there. I think that is a good start. For me, what also stood out is we need an initiative that we can all put our weight behind. One thing that stood out for me throughout, and we would need some agreement here today, is a food pantry. I think everyone put that on the table. It's already been done in a way here and there, but I think if we can, together as a CPUT community, commit to building a food pantry, that would be a great start. It's easy to pull our internal resources. I think we've had great examples today already of people doing that in the faculties. Why can't we escalate that out? Why can't it spill out into the other faculties and the other departments and units? Can we get that commitment from faculties to say that everyone will pull together to contribute towards a food pantry, students including, those who can. But I love that students have their own networks, and we can mobilize that, and we've had the commitment from SRC to say that they're willing to do that. And I think we need to hold each other accountable, and let's get that going, because the proof is in the pudding ultimately. Yes, I think we can get it started with our internal resources, and then we can work with advancement to bring our external resources on board. I think we've mentioned today that there's a lot of potential. We've mentioned a lot of examples of companies that we're already working with. So how do we leverage that? That I think is a little bit higher than my post level, so I will definitely have to take that up higher. But I think that's a crucial conversation, because we're sitting with a lot of resources there that's untapped. And I like the idea of what Prof. Kyoko said, is that we need to come in with one proposal. I know of multiple departments and units and faculties working with, for instance, higher health and various stakeholders, gift of the givers, but I think they're a little bit tired of CPUT in that there's too many little projects. Let's collate that, let's make it into a bigger initiative, and then leverage that could possibly feed into like a food pantry. I think that could be a start. Food pantry is one thing that would be easy to put our weight behind. And I love the idea of the forum then, because the forum can take it to the next level. What next? What after that? Where do we take it? And I think that is then nicely situated in different committees already, the Transformation Forum, the VC's committee. So I think that is something that we will need clarity on. Deputy Dean, I'm looking towards you. So we need to see where it will fit in so that we can establish the forum. So I think a next step there is then, of course, from the people that's here today that attended, let's get names together, let's get the database together, because I'm sure that if it's not going to be the transformation reps, which to me also seems it's a natural position that they already hold, who else do we bring on board there, and where will this feed into? So I think for me that's the next steps. And I hope I did not miss anything, but for me it just feels like there's an urgency that we need to get going. And I think if we can get going on those 2 or 3 things, that already this year would be a big accomplishment for us. And then let's come back next year, I hope, with research. And look, research takes time. We have to just be mindful of that. I know there's a lot of projects that's currently taking place that's busy with ethical clearance, but we need the data. We need that survey. That probably is not something that's going to happen this year. There's a little bit of a process that needs to unfold there. But I think now that we're on the same page, we know what we need to do. So if we can also then, as part of the website, possibly create a tab or a section where we talk about research, what projects are underway, so that we can keep track of that. Because again, we don't want to duplicate. So we want to make sure that we have all our angles covered with the research, what is lacking, and it's a nice way to then see what other aspects we can research. So I think the website would also be a nice place to probably just house some projects that's currently underway with regards to that. Before I hand over to the Deputy Dean to just conclude, I personally just want to thank the project members that was part of putting the colloquium together. Sure, I hope I don't forget Amanda, Zikona, Bukule, where are you? Thank you. I don't think I say your name correctly. You can correct me. Ruth, Pumla, Melanie Swanson. Did I forget anyone? I think that was us. So thank you for your support. Thank you for the SRC support in putting this together today. We appreciate you, and we're hoping to take us forward into another conversation. Thank you so much to all our facilitators as well, and everyone that was willing to come on board with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Liani. I've got less than 5 minutes just to appreciate colleagues. And colleagues, I think lots have been said. I don't want to repeat what colleagues have said here, but what is critical is that the issue around food insecurity is not really an issue for university administration only. It is an issue for all of us to actually work together. And what is very key is that we really need, a multi-stakeholder approach to be able to coordinate all our efforts. I was just worried when I said to Liani, I'd love us to have colloquiums as DSA, starting with the food security. She just understood the idea and she ran with it. I said, obviously, colloquiums, they are highly academic, but for us, DSA, we just want to do it differently. Firstly, just maybe understand where we at as the university. And thank you very much, Liani, really for understanding that concept, and you delivered quite very well. But the different, because we are the Student Affairs Division colleagues, so for us it's quite different from most of you are probably standing in front of the students. So the issue is we see number of students that have been referred by most of you from academic departments and so forth. And the reality is everything at the university that affects students outside of the classroom is sent to us. And for those who may not be aware, we happen also to be the same division that get the least budgets. That when you want to cut, you start there. And that's the truth. But when there are issues, that way you also send students. One of the students who's here came to me asking for sponsorship for a very great opportunity. And I was quite very honest to say, I really would like to support you. Let's just think like this. But the truth is that the same division that needs to foresee 237,000 students at odd is the one that has very limited resources. So we needed to put it out there and present a case to the university and say, colleagues, we know that there is this, I would say, assumption that Division of Student Affairs deals with food security and its own student affairs. Let's just put it out there. Let's just check if there are also other units academic departments that are doing the same. Let's have a conversation. Let's just put efforts together. So this is where this colloquium really, emerged. I wanted to really highlight that. Now, we now know that actually there's a number of efforts. And I'm so happy to hear what's happening in Wellington, which I was not even aware myself. And now we know what we have to do. I think one of the issues that also the deans hashed, that we were quite concerned, because of the number of projects that are not coordinated, which is not anyone's fault. We need to put that very clear. There's nothing wrong for an academic department, a unit, a faculty to start an initiative to support the students. Nothing wrong. However, as time evolves, you're going to realize that we're going to pick up probably the same student, because we have a number of also students who are double dipping the same resources. So the same students that are being serviced in the faculty are the same students that we are servicing also, in the division affairs. How do we sort of coordinate that? Here's the fact. The fact is resources are limited, and that's a reality. I said to colleagues, I wish there was a council funding, that whereby the council will say, we are giving you at least 0.3% toward food security, but we don't have. Professor Kiyoko will tell you there are many efforts. We are going as far as in student affairs that let's just probably go back to, whereby we used to rent out our residences during vacation, and, there's a payable fee, conferences will be hosted here, and that money can contribute to, food security initiatives. Doesn't matter which one. Let's just go back to, I spoke to sports. I said, I don't understand why we still don't have a race whereby you can engage the Western Cape province. When you enter that race, whether it's 50 rands, or you say to enter the race, you bring non-perishable food. The community in Western Cape would love to do that, will enjoy. So we need to put resources, but we need to coordinate quite very well. So colleagues, let me just maybe go back so to understand the foundation, the basis of why we ask you really to come and gather with us. There's really the reason behind that. As I've said again, having been so privileged to work with a number of universities, and I can tell you that it's not only CPUT that is struggling with the issue of food security, but the issue is how do we sort of sustain what we have. So colleagues, thank you so much. But what will then happen, the last thing again is, I've asked the team that now we know we have an idea of what colleagues want to see. We need to implement that, and I'll be foreseeing that all the action plans are being implemented. I'm connecting that myself. So we want to see these projects on a website, and possibly have an idea who to contact for that project, so students have an idea where to go if I've got an issue. We need to have that information somewhere there. We'll connect all of that. And we are hoping that before the end of the year, we are also going to invite now the external stakeholders. We're very specific that we need that everyone internal. They're not going to do, before the end of the year, we invite now everyone else, gift of the givers, you name them. And then we can then present all these things we presented today, so that we also ask them to continue partnering. We're aware some of them already working with us, but so that they can understand the case of CPUT. It's very important that the context is understood. Yes, as much there may be food security issue in a university on the other side, it may probably be different because our context as institutions are not the same. And you may find that the percentage or the rate or the number of students who have issues in one university somewhere on the hill, on the mountain there, is not the same as the number of students that we have here. So I needed to clarify that, colleagues. So we want to really urge you, when we keep on sending those requests and emails, it's because we are on a mission to help our students to succeed academically. With those words, colleagues, appreciations really to our guest speakers, Professor Kiyoko, Professor Paul Green. I know you dropped everything and you stayed right because you've got a passion and you really understand why the need for this. So we really appreciate you, Professor Kiyoko, and Professor Paul Green, who also had to leave. Colleagues, also, I'm not going to go one by one, but the students that we've asked to also come and share their experiences, we really appreciate. We know you've got classes. We hope you're going to pass. No, you must pass. We don't hope. You have to. I always say, please don't attend any committee meetings if you've got academics. That is my principle. Your academics comes first, but you really came to really express, and your voice was really heard. To the staff members in the faculty, colleagues, there's always at times that it's them and you know, and us. That's an approach that I'm not used to. I'm used to working together, and thank you really for leaving your offices and you came to engage us as Student Affairs. We really appreciate that. My team from DSA putting everything together. I know it's been quite a long journey since we spoke about this in January, and today we've delivered. So colleagues, if I forgot anyone, I apologize, but I want to say you are appreciated, and we look forward to the next phase. Colleagues, once again, thank you very much, and we'll stop here. I'm supposed to say colloquium adjourned.